Hello, friends. What's going on? I hope we're all doing well. On both YouTube and Twitch. We're live on both platforms yet again. What's going on? I see people in chat already. Hayden, Hugo, Mon, Rick, your comment got a legit laugh out of me. Rick over on Twitch. See Jarius, Alnick. What deck are we going to use? So today I'm going to record, I think, a couple of build-in plays. And I think we're going to start with Snake Eye. We might do Blue Eyes or Yubel after that. Maybe even Primite Fiendsmith control. I want to start with Snake Eye because I want to do that post-ban list. But I might put up a poll after that and see what we feel like playing. Oh, and Sprite, you know what? I did also want to play pure Sprite, like 40 cards without Fiendsmith, because I noticed a lot of comments saying that they don't think Fiendsmith is the way to go in Sprite. And I disagree, but I would like to test that theory, because I could be wrong. And it's always important to do science and testing. Memento's not even cope, it's a great deck. I just am not very good at it. Crystron, I'm like on the fence if I want to build Crystron or not. I mean, it's not really a matter of resources. Like, I have gems and UR craft points to spare. I just don't know how interested I am in the deck. I kind of want to, like, maybe on my own time watch some combo guides for it and see how it plays and what the boards look like. But I don't know. I'm on the fence. A little bit. I'll be honest, I'm leaning toward the side of not playing Crystron or not building it, but I haven't rolled it out yet. What's up, Yammer Time? Machine? Tempai? I haven't played Tempai in a long time, mostly because I don't want to craft Blaster and the Gold Sark, but I don't think those are really necessary, are they? Like, hang on a sec. Let me pull up Untapped and let me look at Tempai real quick. How often does the deck play those cards? (44% of the time. Yeah, it's probably optimal just to play Gold Sark and Blaster, but I really don't want to craft those. I don't know, second Gold Sark might not be bad to craft because you're going to need it for Malice anyway. But I'm also, like, not that interested in playing Tenpai. I don't hate the deck or anything, but it's not my go-to personally. Also, sorry if you're watching on YouTube and noticed some weirdness at the start. I had accidentally listed the stream as unlisted, and I did that apparently. I was wondering why my Alestral's Firestorm box opening stream got 0 views on YouTube. And I was like, oh, it must have been really slow. Are people not interested in Alestrals? And then, yeah, I realized at the start of this stream, oh, I'm on unlisted instead of public on YouTube. And then I was like, oh, that's why I got 0 views on that last stream. It's really not a big deal at all, but I just thought that was kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to start with Snake Eye, though, for sure. I think Gold Sark is also good for Branded. Very true. I'm not gonna go out of my way to play Branded just yet. I don't know. I'm not a Branded person. I don't hate the deck by any means. I just really am not that interested in it. But it's not off the table. But yeah, second Gold Sark is definitely good for Branded for sure. Punk Fiendsmith. Ooh, I see. I want to play that too, but we already played that for a video recently. We might play that in our down like post video recording. I think of building Crystron Horse until I saw the ban list before the season dropped everything and started playing Sprite. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing about Crystron. It's definitely not bad now. And it gets a lot better with K9. A lot of decks get better with K9, and the format's going to look a lot different at that point, to be fair, though. What's up, Sephiroth? Yeah, long time no see. Hope you are doing well as well. Hope everybody's doing well. Whether you're in chat or you're just lurking, hanging out, I just appreciate that you're here. All right. So, okay, here's how we're going to do it. Much like how we've been doing it recently, going to be recording some build and plays for YouTube. During that time, I will not be acknowledging chat quite as much, just to kind of like keep the, you know, immersion for folks who end up watching on YouTube, or I suppose to not break it. But of course, we'll get back to chatting between recordings, and the recordings are probably just going to be the first hour and a half or so of the stream here. So, hey, Blazer Doom, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Ran to M1 last night. I have time for WCQ testing. I, as you can see, am still in D4. I've just not been playing much Master Duel this week. Been a little busy, but exclusively play Sprite. Yeah, I mean, I am really down to play more Sprite, and we're probably going to do that at least a little bit today. But, like, I don't want that to be the only deck I play for the channel. I want there to be, like, some amount of variety. But, I mean, I don't know. I think people also know that they know what's up with me. They know what's up, that we love Sprite. Alright. But yeah, I'm gonna go into quote-unquote recording mode here, and we're gonna get started. So hey everybody, what is going on? Hexlex here. I got another Master Duel video for you. I got another build and play. It is WCQ 2025 season, and I want to get started with Snake Eye, I think is what we're going to start off by building today. I've been having a ton of fun with Sprite, and believe me, I am going to be playing more, especially for the channel here. But at the same time, I did want to kind of get into it with some other decks. As I've been doing quite a bit lately, I'm actually currently streaming this live. So if you're watching on YouTube and you're interested in seeing some of these live streams, I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So if you want to watch on platform, make sure to subscribe here on YouTube. Or if you want to watch on Twitch, make sure to follow and or sub over there. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, we're just going to get right on into the build of this here. We're just going to start with all of the Snake Eye cards. Of course, one of the big changes in this format is that original Simple Spoil Snake Eye is going to end up limited to 1, which means the Pilgrim Reaper strategy is no longer quite as viable. I have seen some people out there still trying it, even with only 1 OSS. It's a lot more risky at that point, a lot less consistent, but not horrible by any means. That said, I don't think I'm going to be doing Pilgrim Reaper with only 1 OSS personally, but now, here's another choice I've been kind of debating. Dramatic Snake Eye Chase versus Divine Temple. So Divine Temple tends to come up quite a bit in lists that I've seen. Lists that are just doing well on both ladder and just like a community tournaments. I don't know why it took me so long to think of that. But yeah, as far as my experience goes, I tend to have a lot of good, you know, instances where the Dramatic Snake Eye Chase, mainly into Maxi, right? Being able to place the Yubel into the spell trap and then summon it out and then set the, oh, it's a Sinful Spoils card. So let me pull up the trap card here. Here it is, this one, Silvera. Having that play under Maxi is quite good. So I'm a little bit on the fence here. It does eat up another main deck slot, but I don't know. I'm still kind of debating in my head here. I always go back and forth. I've tried Temple, I've tried Snake Eye Chase. You know what? I've had good experiences with Snake Eye Chase. I'm still going to be on it here. Okay, so I think that's all we need for actual Snake Eye cards. I always forget the honorary Snake Eye card, so let me go ahead and, if I can spell it correctly, grab that here. Bonfire. I did get rid of one of them. I had people asking me if I was going to get rid of the second Royal when it got limited, and I hemmed and hawed about it, and I did decide to get rid of it, because I really don't think that it's going to end up coming back to 2. If I'm wrong about that, then I'll be sad, but it is 50 UR dust. That is a lot to pass up, so I decided to just take it. Alright, now let's grab some Simple Spoils cards. I do want the Silvera because, as mentioned, I have been having good experiences with the Dramatic Snake Eye Chase, and I do want to keep playing it in order to be able to go for the Yubel Star, of course, set Silvera under Maxi. I'm not going to be playing Azamina. This is going to be a Fiendsmith. Well, you play that in Azamina as well. But this is going to be a Millennium build, because I do still like that better, and I think it is overall better, personally. So What else do we need as far as sinful cards go? We need Wanted, and I think that's going to end up really doing it. So, yeah, that's going to do it for the sinful cards. Now, as mentioned, we're going to go to Fiendsmith and Millennium are actually both bookmarked here. So, we're going to go for Lurie. We're going to go for Engravers. Start the Fiendsmith stuff here. Oh, and Lacrima, of course. Cannot forget her, as well as the Tract. We'll do a single copy of that. And then the extra deck stuff, which is going to be Requiem, Moon, or not Requiem. Yeah, Requiem, yeah. Sequence. And then you two. Okay. We'll do Millennium stuff next, including Snake Eyes Doom Dragon. We'll grab Sengen Gens. I'll take a couple of Golems as well as the Wedju Temple. So those are all of the engine pieces that I think we'll be using here as far as the main deck goes. I don't really feel the need to play 1-for-1 just because Bonfire and OSS are limited. I don't think that's quite necessary. Now, as far as the extra deck goes, we do still have some decisions to make. Namely, are we going to play the Chorozo? Whoops, if I can spell it correctly. It's a Magistus card, right? I'll just search Magistus. So, are we going to do the Chorozo into Banshee to search? I did show this off last season, mostly because I just wanted to, because it was the new kind of sauce, I guess. And it was at least somewhat relevant. So, I think this time around, I'm not going to go for it because it is more of a consistency boost, but in my experience, it didn't come up super often. And if we open Millennium without Snake Eyes cards, we could still play Zombie Vampire to try to go for hits. It's a lot more RNG based, but in my experience, the situations where we needed to go into the Banshee line were very, very few and far between. And you know, if we ultimately decide that we want it in there, we can just put it back in. But I also like the idea of freeing up some extra deck space. Also for the Millennium engine, not only can we do Zombie Vamp, but I kind of want to play number 90. I actually kind of want to play both. But let's fill out some more important extra deck cards first real quick. Like we need IP and SP and Promethean and Appaloosa. And we need a fire for Promethean Princess to go into. I think Nightmare Phoenix is a little bit better than Salamangreat Raging Wolf. Personally, I feel like this tends to come up a little bit more. And then what else do we need? Got 11 extra deck. I feel like there's like one Link monster I'm kind of forgetting here. I mean, we could start adding the rank 8s now. Excuse me. You know what? Let me go over to. Let me look at Untapped for a second here, just to make sure I'm not forgetting anything super important, because I'm really good at doing that. Oh yeah, Lake Kribo, that's what it is. Okay. You know, we could play Caesar. We could think about doing that as well. Excuse me, sorry about that. Here's Link Karibo. So we still have one more extra deck slot. Oh, we could play Hita and or Nightmare Phoenix. Like we could play Hita instead. This card tends to be pretty good. We could do Caesar. That's a not bad option. Although I find in this Snake Eye, you don't tend to need it as much as other decks, but Necroquip is also another extra deck option for the Fiendsmith package. Although, also in my experience, for most decks, as soon as Lacrima came out, I didn't really find myself needing the Necroquip super badly. Let's see. For me, it's kind of between Caesar, Ognum Day, also an option. I haven't tried Ognum Day in Snake Eye, but I don't think it's super needed. I'm probably just going to throw in Caesar, honestly. We'll save that extra deck for now. That seems good to me. Okay. So I don't really think there's, like I said, too much else we need as far as engine goes. If I really wanted to play more engine, I could play a second Wedju Temple, but let's throw in some hand traps. Let's go Max Thieves. Let's go for Ash Blossoms. Nib is really good right now, and in general, but also just right now. Of course, we want Call By and Cross Out. I'll play at least a couple of Imperms. At least one Ghost Bell, at least one Droll. maybe even at least one Veiler just to have some cross-out targets. Like, I don't know. A lot of people don't like doing this, like just playing a bunch of like one-of hand traps for cross-out. I don't think it's that bad, because not even like any of the one-of hand traps we're playing are bad. It's just more of a matter of like, do you want to double or triple up on the better ones, so to speak. I do like the idea of playing Joel and Lockbird in this deck in particular. Because of Snake Eye's ability to play through it a lot more easily than some other decks can right now. Ghost Ogre's pretty good right now. It's good against Blue Eyes. Sprite, of course, is very popular right now, and this is really, really good against Gigantic. So I can see us doubling up on these potentially. I do also kind of want to play a triple tack, because I haven't been playing this card a lot lately, and it's really good. How many hand traps do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I generally like being at 12 for a 40-card deck, so I think we can play triple tack and like one more hand trap. I think Joel is probably the best one to double up on in this situation, so... Looking over my list here, seeing if there's any other changes I want to make right off the bat. This looks pretty solid. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I kind of want to count our starters, though. So, we're not on the Chorozo engine, which means that Millennium isn't necessarily, and Fiendsmith aren't necessarily starters into Snake Eye plays. So that in mind, for Snake Eye starters, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6. I'll count OSS as 7, 8. That's not horrible. I mean, given that Millennium and Fiendsmith are just good in their own right, like, even if we don't hit anything off Zombie Vamp, we can usually pivot into, like, at least a 3-man Appaloosa, which is not an ideal end board, but it's more than nothing, so I think that's fine. If we do end up deciding that it's not enough, we can always just switch over to the Chorozo engine, so... Yeah, I think this is good. We go Millennium, Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, and a save. Wait, save. There we go. Okay. Let me throw on some accessories, and then we'll head on into the event for some gameplay. What deck box do I want? Doesn't really matter. I like the King Sarcophagus. Love the triple tack sleeve, and I think we're just going to apply this set. And I gotta have the Royals. You gotta have the Royals. All right. All right, let's dive into some gameplay. And go into the event. Select deck. For my deck. Here we go. Alright. So I haven't played any. Obviously, you know, from my rank, I did get some levels up, but this is my first game into the event. And we're winning the coin flip. Love to see it. Now, despite being the World Championship Qualifier event, this is actually a lot more relaxed than Rank Ladder. It doesn't take nearly as long to level up, and also, you know, losing games doesn't really affect your rank as badly, so... Now, this is an interesting hand. The Dramatic Snake Eye Chase. I don't really know if there's a way we can make use of this, unless we were to play Snake Eye Ash and then send it for the Doomed Dragon and then bring it back with Promethean Princess. That's actually a way that we could go into plays. Let's start with Sengenjin. Let's just see if they have anything here. And even if they do, we can still... Yep, okay, here's exactly why I like the Dramatic Snake Eye Chase. Granted, we do have the Silvera in hand already, but... Even if we didn't, we could have searched it here. And even if we do, we can still search Wanted for a Diabell Star for plays on the follow-up turn. Yeah, we'll just summon out the Sengenjin, and then I'm just going to add... I could add another Sengenjin for the follow-up turn. I'm just going to do it like that. Okay, so yeah, we're just going to set this and pass. And yeah, that is correct. That actually this only places the Yubel star cards, not Snake Eyes. So it couldn't actually place the Ash, unfortunately. This track for the event is pretty sick. I'm immediately liking it. Give them an extra draw, not the best, but I mean, again, we at least get to set Wanted, so we'll have follow-up plays. I'm gonna activate this now just to not get asked about it for the whole turn and to have the minimal impact of Droll. This is completely fine. I'm not special summoning on their turn, so this Maxi actually just doesn't do anything. In fact, now we don't have to worry about it for our follow-up turn, unless they just have it the third Maxi as well, which they could. Oh wait, it's third Maxi, lol. So set, normal summon, Goblin. That's interesting. The fact that they set first is very interesting. Bring the main piece you can destroy instead of just two with different names. You know what? I am gonna Veiler this. And then if they have follow-up, we can just negate it with the trap card. Well, there are more Charvies for even more Maxis. Okay, Bone Party. That is getting Silverid. We're going to send the on-field Yubel Star to negate that. I wonder if this is actually imperm. I bet it is. Maybe. Oh, they're cheating the fusion. Wow, they had both. Okay. That's not good. Oh, that's really not good. So, I think we are just gonna enter the bone zone at this point, right? Like, they can just full combo from here. And we just, like, lose. We have no more hand traps. All we have is the defense mode Sengen Gen. I'm pretty sure we can concede at this point. I'm trying to think if there's, like, a way they don't have it here. Would they send another... Okay, they sent the Gaddick, which can add the thing. Yeah, I mean, we do get the Yubel Star. Yeah, I'm just going to give it to them. I'm just going to assume they know how to full combo from here. Crazy, but an example of how good Memento is, like we were talking about earlier. I mean, granted, they did have two extenders plus the Goblin, but, I mean, they still had it, you know? Alright, losing this coin flip, which I'm not opposed to. We have a good amount of hand traps. And I like playing the triple attack as well. I mean, triple attack's good going first or second. That's why it's so great. Stands pretty good. On the toggle and hide the Maxi. That's fine. Okay, so it's, I'm guessing it's probably gonna be Fiendsmith control. Yep. See, they're probably gonna just activate Tract next. But just in case they don't, okay, here we go. I'll toggle here. I usually toggle. It requires a little bit of extra effort, but I think it's worth it. Especially with a hand like this where we have another hand trap and starters. Because, like, there are a lot of games where our opponent would, like, normal summon a starter, we Veiler, and they have to pass. And, like, not affording them the knowledge that we have Max C could potentially matter. Because we wouldn't use it at that point, right? Like, if it was, like, Heroes, for example, and they normal summon Stratos and we Veiler, and that's, like, you know, they pass. Like, somehow that's enough. Yeah, no reason to fire off Max C at that point, right? Droll and Lockbird's a very interesting draw. This is completely fine with me. Okay, yeah, so they are going to summon Lacrima. Good, not Desiree. This is very good for me. Means I get a draw and I get to just negate this. We're gonna go Valor. On you. Interesting, they have a response. They're gonna keep going. This is so fun. If they want to like summon Caesar badly enough to give me 2 extra draws, they are more than welcome to do that, frankly. That's exactly what they're doing. Okay, I'm fine with this. Oh, dang. I was going to say we could maybe even get it to use one of its materials, but now we were 1 summon short. Ooh, Poplar is not a good draw at all right there. I mean, I don't know. There could be worse draws. All right, we're definitely going to just lead with Engraver here. Okay, they thought about a response, but chose not to. They don't have a quick effect in the graveyard, so it's definitely something in hand. I kind of feel like it's their own Maxi or Fuelos. Because, yeah, it's not Ash Blossom. We already have an Engraver in the graveyard, right? I guess I could just add another one. No, I think a Lacrima is still better to add. Okay, so if I droll them on the first draw, I don't get to add off Snake Eye Ash, but that actually doesn't matter because I have Poplar in hand anyway. I could Diabell Star set for OSS to get well, I could get access to... I could use Snake Eye Ash to get access to Oak as well. Oh yeah, not Fuo. Yeah, because of Caesar. Interesting, okay. They're choosing the Caesar and not whatever's in their hand. Which I'm still assuming is Maxi. Now if they had Fuelos, it is live, but that's a pretty big if. Oh, burn? Yeah, whatever. Gosh. Okay, so I think I'm gonna summon Diabell Star next, and... Do I have a fire monster? But I don't have a fire monster in my yard. See, I really want to send Poplar for this Diabell Star. I guess that's fine, even if I just put Poplar in the spell trap. Yeah, of course that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. Because then we can send Poplar in the spell trap for Ash's effect. And then we can even chain block the Diabell Star. You know, it's funny, I haven't actually resolved the droll yet, but I'm just operating under the assumption that I'm going to have to use the droll. Okay, so I'm not actually... I don't actually want to add a card off of this, right? Because that would be just adding the Oak. I can actually just normal summon Lacrima here and keep going into Fiendsmith plays. Alright, you gonna play Maxi now? Oh, it's Magnum Hut. That's what it was this whole time. They're just waiting for me to summon Engraver. Okay. That's not that big of a deal. That's fine. That makes sense. Okay. This is fine. I don't care about Magnum Hut F. We also knew they had Magnum Hut because they Lubellian. Yeah. Okay. Alright, now I have just one in the yard, so if I go... Okay, I can still go into Fiendsmith's Lacrima for, like, Caesar or something. Get some nib protection before I start popping off. Okay, yeah, they still have something. Oh, but I won't have anything to summon off of the... okay, they have DD Crow anyway. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I needed one more Light Fiend in the yard, but then they had DD Crow, so it didn't actually end up mattering anyway. I mean, it kind of did, because now I don't get to summon anything instead of only getting one thing, but whatever, it's fine. Alright. What was this? Please don't be Ash. Oh my god, that would be horrible. It was Max C! Wait, that's fine. We can just roll, and we can play through it. Okay. Wow, they actually had Max C. That's wild. It did seem like they did, didn't it? But they played around it very well. I knew we were going to have to resolve that droll. I knew that was going to have to happen at some point this turn. Alright, so now we can go Oak, send Poplar for Flamberge. Because we don't have any other fire monsters. Yeah, okay. We can push Magnum Hut into the back row. Where's Magnum Hut? Here it is. And then now we go for Promethean. Alright, Flamberge F. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And we're definitely going to summon the Flamberge again. There we go. Alright. Beautiful! Beautiful! Alright, let's do one more game. One more game for this video. Of course, if you're watching live on stream right now, then we're just getting started. Okay. Ooh. Level up mirror. Level up mirror. Rank up mirrors are always hype. Nothing like an M1 rank up mirror though. Oh, those are the most hype. When you and your opponent are each other's final boss. So good. Alright, this hand's good enough. I don't like opening Poplar and Lurie, but I won't complain about it. Let's go Poplar F. See what they've got. It's Fuelos. I'll Ash that. And we get to hand rip them. Yeah, this is gonna be good. You thought! You thought! Max D. There we go. Okay, yeah. let's do like another real game before before we end the YouTube video here. Yeah, I don't fault them for insta scooping right there at all. Winning another coin flip. Love to see it. I should have looked at... Oh, well, yeah, they conceded. I didn't have time to. I would have liked to have looked at their hand, though. Okay, this hand is... It's a little weird, but it's not horrible. I don't like having Flamberge in hand. Because the thing is, I can't really send Flamberge off the Diabell Star, because I need to be able to summon it. I mean, I guess I could, and then revive it off of Promethean Princess. Either way, we definitely lead with normal summon Lacrima here. It probably is going to be Diabell Star, pitch Flamberge, and revive it later. That's going to... the sequencing on that's going to be awkward. We'll figure it out. I mean, I guess it's not that awkward, because I can just turn the Flamberge bodies into... Well, no, I wouldn't be able to link off Flamberge, right? At that point, if I would need to keep it on board from Masquerena. No, again, we'll figure it out. Alright. I think I'll make a Caesar. Yeah, I think Caesar is probably the best bet in this situation. Plays around Nib. We can make Appaloosa anyway, so it's just adding extra stuff to our end board. I like making Desiree, but it's so risky to do it when you're starting off with Fiendsmith stuff like this, because... you know, you might play into Nib. Yeah, I'm gonna summon because I want to make Caesar. I could add and make Appaloosa, but we're gonna go for Caesar here. So I do want to special summon, yes. Ah, you know what? That's a good call. I don't normally call out chat when I'm recording YouTube videos, but equipping the sequence here to send for the Diabell Star is excellent. I hadn't thought of that. Thank you for the suggestion. I guess I could have equipped it to... It doesn't really matter what I equip it to here. I kind of need to do this now before I make the Caesar, which is a little bit awkward, but this is still fine. Alright, we're going to set the OSS, of course. Alright, let's make Caesar. Okay, so, I could Dramatic Snake Eye Chase for the Snake Eye Diabell Star, and then send that. I could have used the Requiem as a leak material, actually. That would have been way better, yeah. Or just sending it for the OSS, either way. Yeah, I missed out on a body. That was pretty not great, but you know what? It's not the end of the world, either. I'll just do it like this. We don't really have to get very fancy. This could have been played more optimally, but... It's Snake Eyes, so you can also just not play optimally and win anyway. You know. Yeah, let's get Poplar. Defense mode. And then we'll get the Snake Eyes Diabell Star. And we'll do it in, I don't know. This is just the order I'm used to doing it in, but like going for Oak. And then Oak F for Ash. Special summon, yes. And then, yeah, this order plays a little bit better into... Well, I mean, I guess we already have Caesar for Nib, but... I'm just always thinking about Nib. Nib is so good in this format. You always got to be thinking about it. Okay. Normally you would pivot into Fiendsmith here. Obviously we already did Fiendsmith stuff, so no need to do that. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna make our... Well, we need to summon Flamberge, so let's do that by activating Snake Eye Diabell Star, putting Poplar into the spell trap. Then we can send the Poplar in the spell trap with the Oak. Alright, let's make IP here, because I always forget to make IP until later in the combo line, and then it gets really awkward, and yeah, this is just probably the best spot to make IP. We have room for the 2 extra bodies, so we're good there. It doesn't really matter which 2. Alright, and then we're gonna go into Prom Princess. Wait, actually... No, this is fine. I thought I screwed up the placement for a second here, but this is fine. Our opponent hasn't conceded yet, which is a little concerning. Funnily enough, I actually get kind of scared when my full turn 1 combo line goes unchallenged and they don't concede, I'm like, what do you have? What do you have? Alright, IP. I'll just put you over here. Alright, let's make our Nightmare Phoenix with you and you. And then 3 Mat Appaloosa. Yeah, I'm thinking like Sky Striker, Tenpai, which is a deck I'm terrified of because I always lose to it. Oh, this is another reason why Dramatic Snake Eye Charge is good, or Chase rather, because you can summon out the IP during your end phase, which means you don't have to draw phase Flamberge, which means you don't proc stuff like Top Deck Imperm, Thrust, Gamma, Top Deck Gamma, stuff like that. It's very niche, but it matters. It's a slight reason why I like Chase as well. Not a, like, you know, concrete one. Interesting. Dimensional Fissure. That's fine. Okay. So is it Exodia? Is it Stun? Is it... It's Stun. It's Stun and they went second and didn't concede. It's kind of wild. What does it do? You can declare a card type. Both players reveal the bottom card. If it was a declared type, they add it to their hand. Otherwise, place it on top of their deck. Destroy my opponent's card effect. You make your opponent place 1 card from their hand on bottom of the deck. Sure, that's fine. So we each call a type. Oh no, they call a type, and then if it's a spell, I get to add it. Okay, it's Runic Stun. So they're gonna take Smiting Storm, and then my bottom card is Diabell Star. Okay. Alright, so we simply SP the Fountain and win. Banish cards is the number of cards they control. This is fine, I don't care about this. Okay, there's Fountain. Should I activate SP or IP now? I'll just do it now, yeah. Yeah, we'll do it while it's on the chain link, so that way... Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, so they're gonna get to draw 2 here. I mean, at the very least, we did get to set up before they did, so we have an established board. So, like, wait, they didn't draw? Okay. That's fine. I'm cool with that. It's Synchro Zone! It's Synchro Zone! Okay. That's fine. The funny thing is, I don't even have to make SP and remove this right now. I could just farm some stuff back from my graveyard with the Flamberge first. Like... This one is... No, this one's Lake Summoned. Okay, I was gonna say. But can we find something else that's helpful? This card is normal or special summoned. Hell yeah! Alright, let's put Diabell Star in the spell trap. We have Ash for the Fountain. I don't know. Yeah, I do not have to SP this yet. I can just pass here. Wanted is banished, but we still have... Oh, no, Silvera is also banished. I didn't see that. Dang. Oh. That's what I was mainly going for, but it's really not that big of a deal either. Yeah, I don't care about this. They're getting messenger... Okay, I kind of care about that. 2 ways to block my attacks is fairly annoying. Especially because we already used Nightmare Phoenix. I think if we can out... I could make... I can't make Desiree, though. Without access to my Fiendsmith stuff. Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay, so yep, there's the Messenger piece. It's too bad about the Silvera being banished. Ah! This is during just, yeah, the opponent's turn. Yeah, so end phase. I'm gonna take the Yubel star. Yeah, Silvera being banished is so rough here. If it weren't for that, we could negate and then banish and then win. So this prevents 1500 or more, right? So I could still attack with IP. Well, I could still... No, I couldn't attack with SP, though, because that's 1600. I really need to be able to make Desiree here. But even then, my sequence is in the graveyard. So that's not really an option here, unfortunately. This sucks! This sucks! Phoenix, and but Phoenix is already in the yard, unfortunately. Has to be Link summoned. Card is Link summoned, you can discard 1 card. Yeah, the co-link is also only when it activates. I think it's time to start, like, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go for Flamberge. And I think I just have to start getting my weak dudes back and just start battling with those. Like stuff like Oak. I will have to SP the Synchro Zone. So, like, I guess I might as well do that now. And then we can do that with IP and leave up the Flamberge to start summoning stuff. Watch them just draw another, like, card that stops attacks, you know, on their turn. I guess I could make Moon and start battling. Like I could get rid of Caesar and Appaloosa. Like, what are they actually doing here? Fuck it. Could do some burn too. Oh, we did SP, so we can't do it this turn. So I should have saved that for next turn. Also, I should put back Requiem there. Oh well. Oh, this does deal 100 damage. Okay, they're gonna keep looking for spells. This is fine, I don't care. Ah, they didn't even find one. Morganite, sure. Okay, end phase. Go for Oak. Oak F. Ash has more attack. I'm not going to activate Link Karibo because that's just a drop in attack and our stuff would get banished anyway. Alright. I guess we'll just battle. Alright, made phase 2. Okay, we could probably just do Poplar next. Yeah. Actually, we could do Sequence as well. Probably should have done this one first. Well, no, the Oak did provide more damage, ultimately. Alright, so they're going to take another 100 here. Ooh, Smiting Storm. What is my deck at? 20? Okay. We can Ghost Ogre the Fountain here. Oh, they didn't activate it. Again. Okay. Was that Golden Droplet? Sure. Hey, I got a spell! Woohoo! Oh, this is not good. You know what? We can always just push their, whatever they summon to the spell trap zone with Flamberge, so maybe it doesn't matter. Hopefully it doesn't matter. This can be targeted, right? Okay, it'll negate destroy Flamberge. That won't matter. Wait, it will matter. Oh no, it banishes this card from the field, so it won't matter. Okay, so I don't want to do that. I want to do... Oh, I can't do Ghost Ogre? Okay, fine, I'll just do Ash Blossom. Alright, I just need them to go to end phase here. Oh. Majesty's Fiend. Okay. Can't attack, but I can't battle over it, but I can push it back with Flamberge. Okay. And I have Imprint. Neither player can activate monster effects. Hang on, how much damage do I have up right now? 12, 2000... 2900. Oh, I can't lethal next turn because I can't activate Flamberge's effect. That sucks. That really sucks. That's fine. Whatever. They just live one more turn. Yeah, we can out the Majesty's Fiend. I just wanted to win this turn as well. Again, I'm just being greedy, but 2000. Yeah, this is only 2900. Okay. Well, I mean, we might have some... I don't have a light feed. Okay, whatever. Let's just do this first. Okay, so we got that out of the way. This is just Link Kuriboh. We could do 300 extra damage. Does that put them at... That's 3,700, so that puts them down to 600. Too bad I can't, like, summon this during the battle phase. What else is in here? Is there, like, anything else I could summon? No, not really. That's... fine. We'll just battle. I don't think it's worth it to activate Link Kuriboh here. Actually, it might be. Well, Link Kuriboh is only when they attack, right? When an opponent's monster declares an attack. Okay. I don't think we have to do this yet, so I'm not going to. Yeah, the D-Fissure is exactly what I was worried about, too. Let's pass here. Blah, 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 that's fine. Unfortunately, that's gonna have to be fine. Yeah, it sucks that Ghost Ogre has to be sent to the graveyard. Cannot out the fountain with it while D fissures up. Well, this is gonna be one hell of a game for the YouTube video. Banish the top 2 cards. Neither player takes any battle damage. We can take care of this with Flamberge. I don't really think there's a reason to Prom Princess here, because we get rid of stuff that we want to keep, like the Flamberge and our little dudes. Unfortunately, I don't think waiting for them to get burned out by the messenger is an option. We're going to get decked out before that happens. Yeah, there's like no way they're not hitting runic spells off this. At least we hit a spell. Why not? I mean, we actually kind of don't want to at this point with our deck getting so low. There's only one back row slot left, so there is that. This can't attack, so I don't really need to tag it out with SP. Mystical Space Typhoon? Wild. Mystical Space Typhoon. That is very interesting. Why not Cosmic? I mean, I understand playing a card like that in a deck like this. I actually do. But like, genuinely, why not Cosmic Cyclone? At that rate. I mean, they wouldn't be able to use Cosmic Cyclone here, to be fair. Okay, so by Flamberging their runic dude, we can lock them out of back row. I just gotta hope this is like Max C or something. Okay, so they can no longer play spell traps. That's pretty good for me. We know they play Max C because we saw it earlier. Let's just battle. Yo! Hey, yo! Let's go! Let's go! You thought I wouldn't play the long game. You thought I would concede. Ooh, that's going to be a nice one for YouTube. And speaking of YouTube, as far as the YouTube video goes, I think this is just about going to wrap it up. So thanks for those of you who are watching this later, but of course for folks who are watching the stream now, we're going to keep going. Again, if you're interested in checking out some of the live gameplay here on stream, you're going to want to either join us here when we stream on Twitch, or here on YouTube rather, or you could also go over to Twitch, because I do multi-stream on both platforms. That's going to be twitch.tv/HexLexLive. If you want to give a follow or a sub over there, that would be greatly appreciated. But for the YouTube video, that's going to do it for now, so let's move on to the outro. But of course, in the stream, we are not going to be ending off yet. That was an awesome game. Woo! Thank you, XXX, for the follow. And thanks to everybody who was chatting as well. I missed a few people that I wanted to say hi to, but I was like so deep in the tank. Dead to Bread, I saw you. I'm scrolling up through chat. I saw you in here. There you are. Oni! Thank you so much. I'm going to reply to you and I'm going to say hello, because it has been a long time. Sorry I didn't respond to you sooner. And who else? Oh, there was also Sally stopped in. I'm going to send her a message. I'm going to say, thanks for stopping by. I was deep in. Missed you. LOL. Okay. That was a good one. That was all good. Let us go back to the deck builder. Okay, so now that we got those games done, what should we play next, I wonder? I was kind of thinking about Blue Eyes, I was kind of thinking about Yubel, I was kind of thinking about Fiendsmith Control. I might throw up some polls in both Twitch and YouTube chat and see what y'all think. Let me, you know what, let me get those going here. Manage poll, create a new poll. What's deck play? I'm gonna go Blue Eye, Fiendsmith Control, and what else did I say? Yubel. And we'll set that for 2 minutes. And then I'm gonna do the same thing on YouTube. Poll. Control and Yubel and start poll. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right, looks like over on Twitch, Yubel is winning by quite a bit so far. And it's pretty even on YouTube. Very even on YouTube. This is fun. I like watching this. Yeah, those are some wild Snake Eye games though, huh? I was just floored by that last one. I love getting a good grind game against Stun on record, because it's just always nice to like validate my never scoop mentality. I like being stubborn, what can I say? God, that water had a ton of condensation. I kind of want to... play Branded? I do not know Branded well enough, nearly well enough to engage in any amount of quality Branded games. Literally last time I tried to play Branded, I think was actually on stream, and the whole time I was like, chat, what do? Chat, what do? When I ran out of time, and yeah, it was a whole thing. I have mad respect for Branded mains and their ability to do what they do. Okay, okay, so the poll is ended on Twitch, so I'm gonna end it on YouTube as well, and Yubel won on both ends. 43% on YouTube and 54% on Twitch. So our next build and play that we're gonna record here is gonna be Yubel. Let me think, is there anything? Nah, there's nothing I need to craft for Yubel. I've got everything for that. Okay. Let me just see how we're doing here. Thanks for everyone who's hanging out and watching. Got like 50 people on each platform. That's awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay. Yeah, it's probably going to be the Fiendsmith variant. I mean, it's definitely going to be the Fiendsmith variant. Hang on a sec. Alright. Are you playing the Fire Link 4 and Snake Eye? If not, how did you get enough damage to win? We had Prom Princess. What, are you talking about like in specific games or in general? Because we did have one game where I sort of had the same thought. See, that's the thing. I actually like the ability to pivot into the Zeolantis OTK, and using the Salamangreat Pyro Phoenix to do that. But I do think the extra deck space is ultimately better served for other things. And it's not terribly difficult to get OTKs without it. There was one game earlier where I was actually kind of having the same thought, though, of like, can I actually get AK damage on board? And then they conceded, so that's like, you know, That's fine. Even if they hadn't conceded there and I wasn't able to get AK damage, though, that was that game where we had, like, grinded them down on resources, so they had, like, what, one or two cards left in hand. I could have put up an established board that they wouldn't have been able to break and spawn on the next turn. The dude with the blue hair and it was synchro. The dude with the blue hair and it was synchro. Blue hair synchro. You're not talking about Sprite synchro, are you? I'm just thinking about Sprite blue. Sorry, I don't know which deck you're talking about off the top of my head. Branded tier limit. I like branded tier limit. I like tier limit in general. Branded cards are good in it. So I'm just scrolling through chat a little bit. I haven't played Scareclaw in forever. I also might play Punk later. Just kind of looking at chat again. Okay. I had a dream the other day that Malice and Ryzeal got released. Soon enough. Soon enough. Okay, let us get started. So once again, I'm going to be kind of in recording mode here. As such, again, just to let you all know, I don't respond directly to chat nearly as much when I'm in quote-unquote recording mode, so might need to add like a little on-screen indicator of that at some point in the future, but yeah, let's just get on into it. Okay, here we go. Hey everybody, what is going on? Hexlex here. Got another Master Duel video for you. This is going to be another build and play that has been recorded on stream. So just another reminder for you all that if you're interested in checking out any of these recordings as they are being recorded live, then you're going to want to watch out for the live streams. This could be both here on YouTube and over on twitch.tv/HexLexLive. One other thing I did want to point out, though, is that if you are interested in seeing the VODs or the edited videos early, you can also join over on YouTube as a member to see all of the content early before it comes out. I do eventually drop the VODs public as well, but I do it after the YouTube content that, you know, those VODs are comprised of, or rather vice versa, have gone public. So if you're interested in checking out any early content, I would encourage you to look into the YouTube memberships. But anyway, for this one, I actually polled chat to see what they wanted to see for a build and play, and we landed on Yubel. So we're going to go ahead and get started and building that here. Yeah, Yubel I don't think has changed too terribly much since the last time we played it. We're of course going to be going for a Fiendsmith variant, as I do think that is the optimal way to play the deck, but let's go ahead and get the basics in here. Got our Phantoms, got our Thrones. We want at least 2 Spirit. I'm going to go for 2 Grave Squirmer. I've been on 1 a lot lately, but I think having the second one for grind games, there is a lot of value in that. Not Nightmare Pain, though. We're only going to play 1 Nightmare Pain. I will say, though, sometimes the Nightmare Pain gets removed, and then you have a lot more difficult of a time winning. So there is consideration in that regard. But I think I'm going to keep it at 1 for now. You know what? I might go up to 3 Spirit for now as well. Just for the time being. I might change my mind on that later. Okay, we got the Samsara D-Lotus. I'm not doing the Eternal Favorite stuff. So that should be everything we need there. Let's see. We need some Unchained cards. So let's grab those while I'm thinking about it. We need the Soul of Rage. We need Shard... Oh, not more than 1. Just the 1 Sharvara. There is the Yama. And then we'll take the Abominable Chamber as well. Alright. Then Fiendsmith is going to be our next main deck engine, of course. So let's go for Lurie, Engravers, and Lacrima. We got these. I'll throw in Necroquip for now, but I could see us taking that out here. Maybe. I don't know. See, the thing is, Necroquip, I think, has a little more utility in Yubel than other Fiendsmith decks, but I don't know if it's going to be by a significant amount. We'll see. We'll see if we have room for it. And then more Fiendsmith stuff, the Link monsters. Where's Requiem? Here we go. We want Appaloosa. Actually, we don't necessarily need Appaloosa, funnily enough. I'll put Caesar in, though. We don't Yeah, I mean, I think you want one or the other. Well, there is also, the thing is, there is also Phantom to play around that stuff mid-combo as well. But I'll start with Caesar. Yeah, we'll start with Caesar. I think that's fine. So for Fiendsmith stuff, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. That sounds right. Yeah. Then we need some stuff like Aerial Eater for sure, or I don't know how to spell the word aerial. There we go. Aerial Eater. It's Aerial with an A. I always want to put an E there. Varudros. Varudros. I think that's how you spell it. Yep, we want that as well. Almirage? Do we need Almirage? How often is Almirage played? Not super often, actually. Oh, Muckraker. We need Muckraker. You know what? I'll just do Muckraker Appaloosa. We'll just round it out with that, I think. Muckraker Appaloosa. Where is it? Here we are. Alright, and I think we are... I feel like we're forgetting some engine. Oh, the Dark Beckoning Beast stuff, of course. Beckoning. Gates. And Chaos Summoning Beast. There we go. Alright, I believe that is all of the engine. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Ah, this is why, you know what? This is where chat comes in handy, because I'm forgetting two very important things. Not only did I forget Fiendsmith's Trekt, I also forgot SP. So, what did I put in at the last minute? It was Appaloosa and Muckraker. Let's take out Appaloosa. Let's see. So we have the Fiendsmith stuff. We got the Yubel stuff. This is 25 engine. That sounds about right. I'm going to go over to double check on Untapped real fast. And just scroll through the popular cards for this deck. Yeah, okay. I mean, we could potentially play 1-for-1 if we feel like we need another starter. How are we looking on starters? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're looking pretty good. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. There is a bit of a debate between Caesar and Appaloosa, for sure. You can make arguments either way. Last time we played this deck, we actually did it without the... what's it called? We did it without the Appaloosa. Which is kind of why I'm thinking about doing it again. But, it's debatable. I mean, it really is debatable. You know what? I think I might go with Appaloosa this time just to mix things up a little bit. We could, I guess we could also take out the Necroquip. There is that possibility. I don't think it's as needed with the Lacrima being a thing. Yeah, it's definitely not. So we could just do both. Let's just do both. I think that'll probably end up being best. That's the funny thing about Necroquip is, in my experience with the Lacrima outage, it really doesn't come up nearly as often anymore. Okay, so now I'm pretty satisfied with where all the engine is at. So let's put in non-engine. I'm going to start with Call By and Cross Out. And then now we have 12 slots for hand traps. That's perfect. 12 is the exact amount of hand traps I like to run in a 40-card deck. So we're going to go Maxi, Ash Blossom, Def want Nib. We want at least a couple Imperms. This deck doesn't play as well through Droll as Snake Eye does, but I'll still play a Droll, if nothing else, to have as a cross-out target. We could even go 41 here and play a triple tack as well. I think I'm actually going to do that. Oh, you know what? Actually, no. We're going to go 41, and we're going to play Gamma. And I think I'm going to play another Ghost Ogre as my 41st card. Because We should have played Gamma in our Snake Eye deck, honestly. Gamma is just so good, even when it's limited. And Yubel is one of the decks that Gamma is at its best in. And I kind of want to, like, I don't know, Valor would be nice if nothing else is a cross-out target, but it's not super needed. With Gamma, I don't think we actually need second Ghost Ogre quite as badly. We could think about playing a different hand trap instead. Like a Valor? Just to have as a cross-out target? Yeah, I like diversifying my disruptions a little bit. Okay, I like where this is. There we go. Alright. Let's throw on some accessories and head on into the event. Granted, because of the World Championship Qualifier event, the accessories don't matter quite as much, but at least want those triple tack sleeves. We'll just do the brand set, why not? 3 main cards. Let's just do Yubel, Smith, and Unchained. Alright. Let's do this. Let's do some dueling. Let's change our deck first. Yubel and select and okay, and we are off to the races. Yeah, so I really haven't played Yubel like super often lately, so I'm actually kind of glad that chat ended up picking it for our next deck. Okay, we're going second. And let's see what we've got. Alright, that's a pretty good hand trap to have opened. I want to toggle it as usual, just because I think that's better. Normal summon Xayamine. So our opponent's going to be on Punk, which is a very, very cool deck. I'm going to max C here. I'm trying to think if I want to do it now, or if I want to do it when they act. Yeah, I'll wait for them to activate Rising Scale, actually. If they want to link into Almirage, I'll wait for them to use Rising Scale's effect. This is the main reason why I do prefer to hold the max C. Yes, we did lose out on a draw, but I think that's completely fine, because now our opponent's not going to have Rising Scale for a potential follow-up turn. We also guaranteed to get the draw. Not that we really need it. We do have plays in our hand anyway. And yeah, overall, I just greatly prefer doing it this way. Oh, that's a horrible draw. Alright, see, this is the other reason I like holding max C for an opportunity like this, is because sometimes... Oh, they're just going to add. Never mind. I thought they were going to summon. I was going to say, sometimes it can put your opponent in a position where they kind of feel forced to play. But I also do not mind this hand rip at all. Actually, I don't want them to take gates, which they're probably going to take here, but I think this is still fine-ish. We'll figure it out. Okay. Chaos Summoning Beast. You know what? We at least got something that we can normal summon, and so I could pop this with Sharvara. So that's actually not an awful draw. Let's start by making a Phantom. Bringing back Yubel and Terra Incarnate. Alright, so if I go normal summon Chaos Summoning Beast, I could pop it to summon Sharvara, and then we could link Sharvara plus Phantom into Moon, so that way we could go into Fiendsmith stuff and then make another Phantom. It's probably just going to be the way that we do this here. I think it's better to make Moon than Yama, because Yama doesn't really have anything to add at this point. Now, they are getting past priority, but it could very easily just be their Almirage, so... Yeah, I'm going to do it like this. Alright, that's easily going to get hit with the Phantom here. Really hoping they don't have something else in response. I don't know what that would be off the top of my head, but... Okay. So we're going to pop the Spirit that's in deck. I'm going to Sharvara. Spirit F. Special Yubel. Alright. Now we can make Moon. Yeah, I think Moon is the best thing to make here to go into Fiendsmith stuff. We get Sharvara F. No point making Phantom yet. Because we obviously already used Phantom's effect. We might as well wait till the end phase. Or, you know what I mean. Towards the end of the turn. I might need it for another body here, though, actually, to keep comboing. Well, no, because we'll have Lacrima. Yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, Lacrima exists. Never mind. It's Nib. Okay. A 2400 defense in Nibiru. Okay, so we can still make a Phantom here. Let's do that. With Yubel. I'll put back this. No, I mean, we only have the one Phantom left at this point. I just don't want to. You know what? I'll put back the Chaos Summoning Beast. It's debatable which one's actually correct to put back there, but. Yeah. Actually gonna bluff a little bit. Not really. They know what this is. Never mind. It's not really a bluff. Foxy Tune. You know, I could just negate whatever they bring out. I think I'm gonna do that. Because then they lose out on a card in hand by doing it this way. Yeah, they would. If I had negated the Foxy Tune, they would have just Ogre Dance for the Zambine anyway. Wagon, huh? Do I care about this? Oh yeah, we know they have Shark Kusai in hand because they searched that. So I don't care about this. We're definitely going to Phantom the Shark Kusai. They'll get a draw off Extreme Session. That'll be annoying, but... I could even go a step further and Phantom the Carp and not the Shark Kusai. That way they've used that up and they won't have it for a future turn. I think that's probably better. Choosing the special summon is interesting. They do still have the... Actually, that makes sense because they still have the normal. They might want the normal whatever they top deck. Especially if they're on Fiendsmith Engine and it's like Lacrima or something. I'm trying to think if I ever get punished for negating Rising Carp and not this. I do by Called By, but I think it's worth the risk, honestly. Because the Carp tributes itself. Yeah, and it does it as a cost, so they'll have one less body on the board. And if they top decks Call By, then they just wanted it more. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, they're thinking, okay, I don't feel like they top decked Call By because otherwise I think you would just pop off the Carp here pretty easily. So they're thinking about it. Let's see what they end up doing. Oh, it's Jam Fever. Okay, that's interesting. But makes sense. Okay, so we're just gonna battle over my nib token here. That's fine, especially because I can activate Spirit when they battle. And if they want to Jam Fever it, I can Phantom. No, I'm gonna add it to my hand. I do not want them to have like a random card that can pop it before I get a chance to activate it. Okay. Alright. So they have Jam Fever, but we have Phantom to contest it. That's an excellent top deck. Alright, let's just start with the Nightmare Throne. Ooh, do we want Beckoning Beast? Would that actually be better than that would actually definitely be better than D-Lotus here, right? Yeah, that would definitely be better than D-Lotus. Because then I can start looping just stuff in general. I already have Nightmare Pain. Yeah, there's no reason to go for D-Lotus. We are indeed so back. Alright, let's go for the Beckoning Beast here. Oh, you know what? 2800 times 2 is 5600. I really want to just simplify this. This is just... I always just assume... I could run into Nib as well. I always just assume that my opponent's at 8,000. It's a really bad habit of mine. And has cost me games before, but... There we go. That was easy. Much easier than I was trying to make it out to be. Shout out to chat. Always looking out. But let's do at least one more game for this YouTube video here with Yubel. Of course, as always, the stream will definitely go on after the video recording, but we'll get at least one more game in. Sick, going first. Love to see it. Now, obviously, if our opponent just concedes right away into our combo, then we will go for another game after this one. Okay, this hand is interesting and definitely fine. We can just make a Phantom right off the cuff with these two, and then we have Pain, Fiendsmith. Yeah, this hand's fine. This hand's more than fine. This is why you don't always need to go over 40 for Yubel. I did because I'm on Gamma. I just went up to 41, but like your bad draws are still perfectly fine for making a Phantom in this deck, which is really cool. Anyway, Engraver. The funny thing is, there are some hand traps where we actually think about whether we want to chain Phantom there. It's not always a clean cut, oh, they have a hand trap in response to Engraver, we just Phantom it. Because, like, even if it was like Ash Blossom against the Engraver, I would stop and think about that for a moment. With a hand like this, we do have full combo kind of set up right here. So, a hand trap like Ash Blossom on the Fiendsmith stuff in this situation, there are worlds where I might even let that slide. Now, obviously, if it were like a Maxi or a Fuelos, I would very much be negating that ASAP, but... Okay, another thing that we kind of have to think about... Well, let's see how far we get into the Fiendsmith line if they have a response. I'm thinking about what I want to summon off this Requiem. If it's going to be a Desiree or if I'm going to go into an Appaloosa. We did play Appaloosa. Yeah, I was gonna say we put Appaloosa in. That's right. Okay. Yeah, there's arguments to be made either way. Like, especially because we already have the Phantom up. If we can keep it up, then I think that makes a lot more arguments for making Desiree here to diversify our negates. Okay, they're still not activating anything just yet. So no Bestial. I was a little worried about a Bestial there. That would have been a kind of tough decision of whether or not I use the Phantom. All right, yeah, I think I'm just gonna make Desiree here. Now this has to pop dark monsters, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can still look to use our sequence as link material. All right, so I'm gonna do it like this. I haven't normal summoned, right? I have not normal summoned. Wait, so if I go... Okay, let me think about this for a second. If I go Nightmare Pain, pop the Grave Squirmer that's in my hand, I could grab D-Lotus and D-Lotus for Spirit. And then I could go... Yeah, that works. That works. You want to Ash Blossom my Nightmare Pain. I don't love that at all. It makes you feel like you're gonna Nibiru me. God, I think we have to though, right? Like, if we don't do it, then we just end on this. Which, if they have a Nib, would not be bad. I just have to figure out if I think they have a Nib or not. I'm gonna go for it. I'm just gonna negate it. I'm just gonna say YOLO and do it. Okay, so this will be interesting. Yeah, we'll pop Spirit. We have to pop the Squirmer. And we're still gonna add D-Lotus here. We could add the other Squirmer now that Spirit is in the graveyard and in rotation. Control Fiend monster, you can special... Yeah, we're definitely gonna do this. Because these are each one... Yeah, we're definitely adding the second Squirmer. Yeah, because we don't need access to Spirit through D-Lotus anymore. And we can do a bunch of fun stuff here. Like, activate... Destroy, yes. Pop you. F. Alright, and then now we're gonna go into Yama for sure. I kind of want to get Terra Incarnate off the field. I feel like that would probably be the safe/smart thing to... Wait, I could go these... Wait, but then I wouldn't have anything to pop, right? I'm trying to think if I can make... You know what? Let me try something real quick here. Let me cook for a sec. I might be able to squeeze in an Appaloosa here. I'm just trying to think if I can squeeze in an Appaloosa as well as the Soul of Rage and everything else. Because I have the I have the Squirmer. Like, okay, but then I don't have anything else to link into. So, like, if I Sharvara pop sequence, then I could go into Soul of Rage. I think that's fine. I don't think I need to go for an Appaloosa here. I think diversifying and making the Soul of Rage would probably just be better. Yeah, let's just do it that way. Alright, and then let's equip this while I'm thinking about it. Alright, so now... Wait, I still have this too, so I could go like Boom Boom, Soul of Rage. I could still make Phantom. I'll just have an extra body, that's fine. I don't really want to keep either of these on the field, so we'll just link these off. And then F. I'm trying to think if it's ever worth it to summon like a spirit here. No, I don't think it's necessary. Oh, I was supposed to... Yeah, okay. I was supposed to summon back Spirit now. I just did it out of order. And that's what cost me a body. I was supposed to summon back Spirit, pop that with Sharvar, duh. I was supposed to make Phantom first. It's because I used Phantom earlier. I had it in my head, I don't have to make Phantom until later. But if I made Phantom sooner, I could have gotten that extra body. I think it could have ended on like an SP on top of everything else on this board, potentially. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't really have needed to have ended on SP either. So, like, yeah, this is fine. That's probably about the easiest Desiree in my life, I would have to imagine. Because we can not only negate the field spell here, but also the Fenrir. So they can't crack back with the Banish F. Also, Monadium? When was the last time you saw Monadium? Holy. Shout out to our opponent for playing... Oh, but they might just be playing like a cash deck and playing like Monadium as an engine here. Let's just do this now. I'm just going to go into the SP now. I guess that does leave them able to summon a... Yeah, that was actually not a good play, because they could summon another Kashtira monster. I just want them to banish something off of Rice Heart and then go into, like, Birth. Although, I guess they could Birth back the Rice Heart that I'm banishing, but that's not nearly as good as them birthing whatever they banish off this, like a Unicorn, so... Okay. I figured that would probably end in a concede, but... You never know. Okay, I think that's going to go ahead and wrap up this YouTube video. So if you're watching on YouTube, this is the end. But if you're watching live on stream right now, we're definitely going to keep going. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, you're interested in catching one of these live streams, keep an eye out here on YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe to get notifications of that. I also multi-stream, so you can watch over on Twitch at twitch.tv/HexLexLive. Links in the description below. Thanks everybody so much for watching. Excuse me. And again, for YouTube, that'll do it. We're going to move on to the outro. But of course, for stream, we're still going to keep going. Good couple of games there. I think I'm going to switch over to Sprite. I want to try out that, like, pure Sprite deck, or a pure Sprite deck in general. I mentioned this at the top of the stream, but I've been seeing a lot of comments on YouTube saying that they don't think that Fiendsmith is the optimal way to play Sprite. And while I'm inclined to disagree, I'm not going to do so without doing a little bit of science first. So, is pure Sprite actually better than playing it with Fiendsmith? We're going to find out. Sprite Synchro... So, I did talk about this a little bit last stream, but of course, obviously, I don't expect everyone to be on every stream, but... So, Sprite Synchro. I love the deck. I don't think it's really worth playing, unfortunately. And here's the saddest part. I think even if Chaos Ruler was still legal, Sprite Synchro would still not be worth playing. Because, like, you look at what Sprite can do, especially paired with Fiendsmith. Like, you compare the end boards, and a Sprite Synchro end board, frankly, is just not that much better than, like, a Fiendsmith Sprite end board. And that wouldn't be an issue if it weren't for the fact that Sprite Synchro is entirely 2-card combos. That deck actually just It does not do one card combos at all. If you want to like pop off and do all the synchro stuff, you need to open Assault Synchron plus something else. And that's just, you can't rely on that. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has reached a point where if you're going to be playing a deck competitively, you gotta be able to do your stuff on a one card combo line more often than not. So that's where the state of Sprite Synchro. It's sad because I love the deck. I might start exploring it at some point anyway, but every time I do, I gotta be honest, I just start thinking like, there's just no way this is like a good way to play Sprite. Yummy is just good Sprite Synchro. That's a very, very, very apt comparison. Yeah. Fiendsmith ruined everything. Yeah, I mean, the optimization of Fiendsmith did definitely make a lot of stuff obsolete, which is, yeah, definitely not quite as fun a lot of the time. I won't disagree with you there. What's the logic that pure Sprite is better than Fiendsmith Sprite? From what I can tell, most people point to the extra deck, but we're going to talk about that as we start filling up the extra deck a little bit. Yeah, there we go. As somebody just said here, extra deck space. But I want to start looking at some of the extra deck, right? So we have our 5 Sprite cards, right? We are also, of course, going to be playing IP and SP. I'm going to play Goddess because I do think you always need a second IP target because you do summon SP sometimes during turn 1. I do plan on playing Banking Beast as well as Swap, so we'll play Almirage. As far as rank 2s go, we of course have Mosquito is going to be our Zeus pilot. Speaking of Zeus, let's put in Zeus, and I'll even throw in Downerd as well. We got Jin Buster, because I'm not going to be playing Melfi's. I really don't think they're that great. I mean, they're not horrible. I just think that like they'd eat up too many slots in the extra and main deck. And also, I kind of want to prove a point here. Like, so we have the Jin Buster, right? And like, I kind of feel like this is everything you would really, really need in the Sprite extra deck, right? I mean, we can play stuff like Onibimaru Soul Sweeper, which I do think is actually a really good card. So I do want to play it. Even if I was playing Melfi, though, I wouldn't have any problem slotting it in here. So when you say we don't have extra deck space, this is why I disagree, right? Because we're playing stuff like Onibimaru, we're playing Downerd, which isn't necessary, we're playing Almirage, which isn't necessary, we're playing Jin Buster, which isn't necessary. We have a lot of stuff that we could cut here to easily make room for the Fiendsmith cards. The extra deck space is the #1 argument I've seen for not playing Fiendsmith, and I personally don't agree. I think we have plenty of room in the extra. What about Appaloosa? We could play Appaloosa. I just think that Underworld Goddess is the better secondary IP target. Because if you time this right, this is way stronger than going into an Appaloosa. Appaloosa, if you're going into it off of an IP on your opponent's turn, you have to telegraph that really hard, and it's really easy to play around. Now, granted, you can often make the Appaloosa under Elf's Zone, which makes it harder to target. But if you put Underworld Goddess under Elf's Zone, then they actually just can't do anything to it. Because this is already unaffected by stuff except that targets it. But then if it can't be targeted, like, what are they actually going to do? I think Underworld Goddess is way stronger than Appaloosa as an IP target. Not even just in Sprite, but in general. I kind of learned that when I played Snake Eye, when it was at full power. You want to play Shifter as well? You can play Shifter in a pure build. It's not necessary. It does conflict with your deck, even if you're not playing Fiendsmith quite a bit. I use both Goddess and Appaloosa. You can definitely use both. Like, I could just put in an Appaloosa here. I actually might. I'm kind of thinking about what I want to play for my last slot. Avermax. Avermax is another option. But here's the thing, right? Like, Avermax, it's not bad. I mean, there's a lot of cards like that for Sprite. Where, hang on, I don't think there's this A in it. No, hang on. It's Avermax. There we go. So this is not a bad option either. If you go into it off of IP, it's effectively a Towers that also gives itself an attack boost. But Underworld Goddess, I think, as I mentioned before, it can also become a pseudo towers underneath the elf. It doesn't have the battle, you know, the stat buff, but like 3k attack is already decently difficult to get over anyway, especially if you're using one of their monsters in material, 2, negating the effects of all other monsters on their board, and 3, stopping stuff that comes back from the graveyard. I think this is just overall the best secondary IP target. You could play a third IP target, but in my experience, that doesn't really come up a whole lot. So, I don't know. I could play Melfi. I mean, I have the extra deck slot, but the problem is it's more of the main deck slot, really, that I'm not a fan of giving up. So I could play another Rank 2, or I could play another Link 2. Or we could play Typhone. Yeah, I think Typhone's actually the answer. Because here's the other thing, right? And here's why I like this over a third IP target, is that the third IP target is just like it's just not going to come up like pretty much ever. A lot of the reason we even play a second IP target is because it's really easy to make IP and SP. So I don't need more stuff to bring out off of IP. I need to cover other situations. Like if I'm in a situation where I'm going second and I'm fighting tooth and nail to out my opponent's board, and I can do it, but I'm not left with a lot of resources, then Typhone is going to be great. And yeah, that situation comes up a lot less often than summoning something off of IP, but I think that the third IP target provides much less value for its situation than Typhone does for its situation. Sky Cavalry is good for Towers monsters. I mean, we do also have Shadow Mosquito. I guess it kind of depends on the Towers monster, but one, Shadow Mosquito is it's a better Zeus pilot, frankly, than Centuria. 2, this does not target. To place a hallucination counter does not target. So if it's a kind of towers that can't be affected, sure, you can't Shadow Mosquito OTK. But if it's a kind of towers that can't be targeted or destroyed, like Avermax, then Mosquito can just OTK. Plus, Mosquito is the better Zeus pilot because it's more than just a Zeus pilot. It can OTK as well. We know you don't need to justify Typhone. It's because it's royal. I mean, I had forgotten Typhone until somebody brought it up. I was about to not include it. I was about to throw a Nightmare Phoenix, honestly. Which would not really come up often at all, but I won't lie that being a royal doesn't hurt. But, I mean, I think Typhone is better for more than just control decks. I think, in general, if you're in a situation like this where you're building a deck and you actually just have a 15th slot open, a lot of the time Typhone is probably just the best thing. Because, like, let's be real. If you had the extra deck space, you would always play Typhone. Now, it might not be... If you had a 16th slot, you would always play Typhone. But there is a critical mass of extra deck space where once you have that, you always play this card. Because it's just good in very niche situations. It's just that some decks like this one can actually get down to the number of extra deck slots where you do want to play this card. Because again, I'm thinking about the other options, and I really don't think they're better than Typhone. Phoenix into Orcus package, that would be fun. Okay, so let's put in the other engines, like Nimble. And Frog. And I think I am gonna, well... how many starters do we have right now? How many one-card starters do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I would like at least a couple more. So we'll play Beckoning Beast. I don't think I'm going to play Nightmare Throne, though. I don't think we need quite that many. Yeah, Totally is pretty much the only thing that Sprite doesn't have. Which, I mean, is fine. It does not need it. At all. By any stretch of the imagination. Totally is a very, very OP card. But... yeah, I wonder if Totally wouldn't push Sprite. Because, like, here's the thing. I thought Full Power Sprite was going to be, like, a rogue. Maybe, not a rogue, but a tier 3 deck. I think it might actually just be a tier 2 deck in this meta, though, which is crazy. Now, once Razio and Malice come out, that probably changes, but the fact that Sprite can hold its own in this meta is, like, kind of mind-boggling. I didn't expect it, but, I mean, hold its own, again, as a tier 3 deck, even as an upper rogue deck, I think it could definitely, you know, be more than fine, but I think it might actually be a tier 2 deck. Let's play some hand traps. But first, let's put in call by and cross out. It's less about Ryzeal and Malice being so much better. I mean, it's more about how the format's going to change as a result of them being good. But I think a lot of it will also depend on if Engraver goes to 1 before or around the same time those come out. But of course they are quite good. Okay, so I added Maxies, I added Ash Blossoms, I added Nib. Throw in... You know what, we can play Dominus Impulse, so I'm going to do that for this build for sure. So in that case... I might do it like that. Yeah, this looks good to me. This looks fine. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 12 hand traps. Yeah, Impulse is Light, Earth, Wind Conflict, which for our extra deck is mostly just like our Zeus stuff. We can't Mosquito OTK or go into Zeus, but that's pretty much it. I guess we can't activate Underworld Goddess, but we can still go into Underworld Goddess, like stealing one of their monsters, and it still has the protection. It doesn't negate the field or, you know, stuff in the graveyard, which is fine. Yeah, we can definitely get away with playing Impulse for sure. Okay. Let's run it. I like the branded deck box a lot. I don't know why. This has been out forever, but it's only within the last couple of months I've been like all over this triple tack sleeve. It just looks so good. Sure, we'll just do it like that. Alright. Impulse not fantastic in this format. I can see that. I kind of want to test it, though. So, wait, not change accessories. I want to change my deck. There we go. What are we at? 14? That's in our D level. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see how we open. I hope we open Impulse so we can get a feel for how useful it is. 60 card deck. We open Nib. Oh, not 60 cards, 54. Interesting. This will be Branded. Branded was my first thought when I saw Lord's deck. It will definitely depend on... Ooh, it's Resonator. It'll definitely depend on how many pre-hits Razio and or Malice get. I could see Razio getting some semi-limits before it comes in. They're not stronger than pure tier limits, no. Does it have nib protection? I don't know if this deck has nib protection. I hope it doesn't. I might nib after they summon off of this. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna nib after they summon off of this. Actually, does this card is sent to the graveyard. You can add a spell trap that mentions Red Dragon Archfiend. I'm just gonna go for it anyway. I mean, I don't think a deck has to be, like, better than Tearlament to receive hype. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to say, like, oh, well, it's not better than Tearlament, so why is everybody hyping it up? It's like, Tearlament was by far the most broken thing that Yu-Gi-Oh! In period has, like, ever seen. Also, we're about to get cooked. I nibbed at a horrible time here. I don't think that's a fair metric. Like, a deck can be broken and not better than Tearlament. I don't think that's a fair metric at all. Also, it's rather difficult to compare full power decks across formats. Because you have to think relative to not only what tools they and every other deck had access to in general, but also like what the meta that they were going into looked like. Like, that doesn't matter as much for tier 0 decks, as they tend to, you know, warp the meta around them, but it's still worth considering. If you need so much non-engine to make a decent deck overpowered, it says a lot about the deck. I don't think it does. Like, what does that say about the deck? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that. Like, as long as the deck is overpowered, like, what? Like, as long as the deck is overpowered, you're just gonna win with it, right? Like, I don't think I personally don't ascribe any sort of like character or morality to the game, you know, in that regard. Like, I don't think my Fiendsmith Sprite deck is less of a Sprite deck because I put Fiendsmith in it, nor does that really, like, affect anything, really, for me. Personally, but, you know, to each their own. Blue Eyes can be strong with just their engine. I mean, yes. I mean, at that point, you just have different values than necessarily like playing always playing optimally every single time, which is perfectly valid. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's just that like you can't deny that like Blue Eyes is 100% better with Primite, and like if you are not playing Primite, then you are playing a suboptimal Blue Eyes deck. As far as competitive goes. But if you want to play pure Blue Eyes because you think that's more fun, that's again that is 100% valid. And I would never say that that's like wrong or bad. Again, it might not be optimal, but non-optimal, and it does not mean the same thing as wrong/bad, right? Like, yeah, people who play casual decks are playing non-optimally for competitive, but like that's because they're playing casually, right? Also, what? Okay. Anyway. I don't know what that was all about, but sure. And, I mean, it's also valid to be like, yeah, it's frustrating that every deck is a Fiendsmith deck. I don't even 100% disagree with that, but, like, that's... At that point, that's not something that's, like, in your control, right? At that point, it's about picking your battles. Like, do I want to die on this hill of being mad that everybody's playing Fiendsmith, you know? Yeah, they did mess up their own trap card. I think they tried to banish one of my things, but forgot they can only banish something with 2,000 or more attack. They use Droll, so we're gonna get swap here. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. Does this do anything when it's destroyed by battle? Oh, this one is ever sent from the monster zone to the graveyard. What is it? From the monster zone to the graveyard. Okay, and then if it was sent as a synchro material, you destroy everything. I knew this popped cards, just didn't remember how it did it. Okay, so we're fine. Wait, can we actually OTK them? No, we can't because they're going to summon. Yeah. We do still have to use Gamma Burst to get over their stuff, though. Unfortunately. Or we could just do Shadow Mosquito stuff. Well, no, we can't. I mean, we can, but we don't have enough bodies. Shoot, I think I could have set it up, though. Oh, I need one more body, seriously? Because this only goes when it battles, right? Yeah, when an attack is declared. Shoot. If I had one more water monster in hand, that would also do it. Ah, we're so close to a Shadow Mosquito OTK. That's fine, though. It's not that big of a deal to not do it right now. I could make IPSP and not use Gamma Burst. Like as in, I could link these into IP, bring back Ronin, go into SP, banish the Scarred. No, I think I would have banished Crimson Gaia. Like, I could battle over their stuff and then just banish with Crimson Gaia. Or banish the Crimson Gaia with SP. Wait. No, okay, that's fine. I just have to do it like this. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I just had to do math real quick. Oh, wait, huh? Okay. That doesn't get to activate there? I mean, I'll just take the dub. That's fine. I thought I was gonna have to work harder. Okay. Neat. Most suppressive? I mean, that's the kind of question where it's like it starts getting very subjective. Like, what is the most oppressive deck in Master Duel history? I think kind of depends on what your definition of the word oppressive means. Like, the strongest, the most stun-like, the ones that put formats in a stranglehold the most. It's also like, I don't know, we're getting into a territory of talking about power level where I kind of feel like, why? Like, this is something that I've always said about, like, banless discussion. I don't think it's overall pointless. I think it can be a fun conversation to have. My issue is that it's the only conversation people want to have, and at the end of the day, talking about whether or not cards should be banned or whether they're oppressive or not really doesn't do anything as far as, like, improving gameplay or, like, for me, having fun. I don't find that kind of discussion to be fun or productive, which is really why I don't tend to entertain it very often. As always, if you find it fun or if you feel it's productive, that's, you know, perfectly fine. I'm not going to say it's not. You know, obviously we all do what works for us, but I'm not saying the discussion's toxic. Yeah, I'm not, like I just said, like I'm just saying that's why I don't typically talk about this kind of thing. If you want to talk about it, by all means, go right ahead. I just gotta, you know, I'm just saying that at the end of the day, I don't really care that much, but like I also don't care if you want to have the talk as well. Go for it. I mostly just throw out that caveat because whenever I do entertain these discussions, I feel like I often counter that kind of like, yeah, well, you know, asking what my definition of a deck that's oppressive is, and it's like, I don't know. At this point, we're just like arguing, not, you know, not us in this conversation, but oftentimes it just ends up being like discussing the differences between two subjective points in that regard, and it's like you're never really gonna find a common ground in that. This is why I don't like debates like in general. It's not even just a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. But anyway, I digress. I think Ishtir was a bit much. The understatement of the year. Was it? It would have been interesting to see a world with tier limits where Ishizu didn't exist. I think Ishizu tier was fun as well. The mirror matches were very fun, and I do think they were skill intensive. I don't think that's a very hot take either, but Ishizu cards coming before tier gave some fun decks. That was interesting. That was one of the interesting ways in which the Master Duel meta ended up being very unique. Right on time, Dominus Impulse. I don't think that would have actually helped us during our last turn. Well, it would have stopped Martha, right? Okay. I don't like this. I don't like this hand against Exo. Max C. How about no? Oh, you're right. This can stop the tag out, because this is an imperm. I can play this while I have cards in the field. It's just that my opponent has to have a card in play. Good call. Okay. Okay, so Sprint isn't super worth going into here, just because it only gets us one body. I mean, actually, it might be worth just to go up to a 3200 Gigantic without needing to commit Elf. Yeah, that actually does sound worth it to me. Oh, that's good. That is pretty good. But I'm just like, ha, no. Okay. No Zeus or Shadow Mosquito OTK. We got to keep that in mind. We don't have access to those, but we have Gamma Burst like already in hand, so we should be looking pretty good here. Well, I already committed to summoning it. Punk is really good right now. I think Punk is insane right now, actually. If you go first in Punk, like, no exaggeration, whenever I win the coin flip as the Punk player, I immediately feel like I've already won the game. I've never had a Punk turn one after the new stuff that doesn't feel just, like, absolutely insane. Alright, even if they do have a banish here, we still have more than enough bodies to be able to go into plays. This isn't once per turn? Oh my god, that effect is not once per turn. Well, that's not good. Now, like a lot of other decks, like I suspect this one, I do think Punk is optimally played with Fiendsmith, but like this one, I think you can definitely play Punk without Fiendsmith and still see a lot of success. So this is a quick effect banish, right? Okay. If that's the case. Yeah, I had no idea that Returnia was not once per turn. I would never have guessed that. Or not Returnia. That's what this card is. I meant the Xyz monster, Magnifica. They're going to Returnia banish my Sprint. That is fine. Oh, and yeah, that's also fine. Yeah, I already did blue and jet. Actually, this isn't fine. Because now I'm gonna get hit with the banish. And I don't really have a way to play around that. I don't have a way to play around that at all, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna lose here, but I'll play it out. Well, okay, so we can... Okay, we can do this, right? Wait. No, that still isn't... Wait. Okay, I can out this Micallus. Oh, wait, no, I can't, because I can just activate it. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. Now I can't out it. Rip. Yeah, I lose. GG. GG, opponent. Because you can just search Exo cards with Micallus. Evenly? Depends on the deck. It's true what people are saying, that there are a lot more Omni Negates in the meta, which does make it harder to resolve. As far as, you know, for that reason, I think Droplet tends to be a better going second tool. Well, and especially if you're talking about playing these cards in decks that don't usually want to go second, right? If your deck wants to go first when it wins the coin flip, I don't think you should ever put evenly in it for ranked ladder. I think that's also true for tournaments. For tournaments, you can think about siding it, but if your deck wants to go first when it wins the coin flip, I would never put evenly in your deck. You can think about Droplet again, not only because they can't respond to it, but also because if you go first, you can set it. If you want a specifically going set card that's a good board breaker that they can't really respond to that easily, Ultimate Slayer is a good option. Raw Sphere Mode isn't bad. What else would I say is pretty good? I mean, again, a specifically going second deck evenly isn't bad. Lightning Storm, that's the other big one I was trying to think of. Acery, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's go into our next game here. Exos, my beloved. Exos are a really cool deck. It's one of those decks that I've been on the cusp of building a couple of times. The reason I don't have a lot of decks built right now is because whenever there's a new set or ban list, I tend to just go through and like delete all of my decks and just build brand new ones. I don't like swapping cards out one-to-one. I really don't like doing that. You get what I call the Ship of Theseus problem, where you've replaced so many individual parts that your deck as a whole is going to lose cohesion. You know, when it comes to like ratios, when it comes to balancing the number of starters to hand traps, for me, it's always much easier to keep all that in mind if I just build the deck new from scratch. So that's why I tend to delete my decks a lot, and why I don't have a ton of them on hand at any given time. If you were given 9,000 gems, what deck would you build for free? That's a good question. My first answer I want to say is Voiceless, actually, funnily enough. Because that deck is not only quite good right now, but in the OCG, Voiceless continued to perform extremely well into Dryazeel Malice format. And it's not even like it was because of any new cards or anything. Like, if you go and look at those Voiceless lists, you can just build them in Master Duel right now. And we're talking, like, you know, way out of the format we're in right now. It's still a very good deck. We both assume that we can get a deck within 9k gems. That is true. You're not giving any guarantees, but... I wouldn't mind trying Crystron either. That's somewhat up there for me too. I'm still kind of debating if I want to build Crystron. The thing is, I'm not like super... I'm afraid it's going to be like Ritual Beast, where I built it because I knew it was going to be good, even though I didn't have a lot of personal interest in it, and then I just never played Ritual Beast. I made literally one video. I don't know if Crystron is as hard as Ritual Beast, though. I don't think it is. But I have no idea. I might look up some combo guides for Crystron later and just look at those and assess whether it seems like something I'm interested in or not. Voiceless is banned for like every event. Yeah, that's because it's a good ritual deck, and a lot of Master Duel events tend to revolve around like extra deck summoning methods. I could maybe leave this Gigantic up. You know what? No, I'll just link it off because I'm gonna make SP anyway. Video Moha posted makes Crystron seem simple enough, but this might be the time to save. I could see that being the case for sure. Also, as always, shout out to Moha, the GOAT, making excellent guides, as always. Do I want to make SP? Or do I want to just leave up red and carrot? I think I'll just leave up red and carrot. Visual Beast is extremely difficult to play. I think Voiceless is also a lot trickier than it might look. Voiceless, from what I can tell, just having played against it, it seems like one of those decks where, like, the simplified lines are easy enough. Hey, it's Mimigul. Like, the simplified lines are easy enough, but the more complex lines, or not even more complex lines, but to play anything besides the most basic lines seems very difficult. Okay, what does this do when it's flipped up? Your opponent can special summon one Mimigul monster from their deck to the field. Trying to think if I want to red this. Do I want to use Sprite red right now? I don't think I need to. I'm gonna max C here. Because even though it's summoning to my field, my opponent is the one doing the special summoning, so I still get a draw for this. They want to called by the max C. That is fine. I'm not going to carry it here. I don't feel particularly threatened by that. You know what I could do, actually? If I fill up my zones, they can't summon to my field. Oh, I could have summoned Max C, you're right. I could have just done that. But I guess at least this way we add the starter for follow-up, and they're not going to get the summon anyway, so... Oh, they do get the summon, it just goes to their field. Interesting. Oh, I see, because of the latter part of the effect. I should have read that. But, yeah, I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna activate anything just yet here. What is this? Nothing? Okay. Yeah, if I had realized they could have summoned... Yeah, I should have Elves for Max C to dodge the call by. That's like a classic Sprite thing that I totally forgot about. You know what else I always forget to do? Is searching for Max C. Because even in this iteration of Sprite, if you open Swap Frog plus Sprite Blue, which I'm pretty sure we just did... Swap Frog plus Jet, same difference. I guess we already had Max C in our hand, to be fair. But if you open Swap plus Blue... then you can just search for Max C, because Blue and Swap Frog are what you would summon off of Gigantic anyway. There's no point in summoning anything else off of Gigantic, so Rather than just like uselessly get out another swap frog, you can just search Maxi and then bounce it. Number 13, Embodiment of Chaos, of Crime, not Chaos. Once per turn during either player's turn, you can detach one Exceed Zero from this card, change all of your monster attack position. Also, they must attack this turn if able. If you control number 31, gain these effects. Can't be destroyed. Your opponent... Oh, whatever, I don't give a shit about this. Okay. This is so mean. I just have a full field and Mimighoul just, like, can't do anything. They can't even battle over anything with that, right? Yeah. So this one is from the Zexal manga. There was a numbers hunter in the Zexal manga who, like, purposefully lost to Kaito and Shark and gave them number 13 and 31. And then Shark and Kaito dueled each other. They each summoned to 13 and 31, and they entered like a lock where they were both going to lose. And then that person who gave them those cards was going to swoop in and take all of their numbers when they both lost to each other. Is the lore behind this one specifically. Okay, so this can be destroyed because they don't have the number 31 up. Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to make sure that was the case. Blah, blah, blah. I have Gamma Burst already, right? So can I not just, like... The Zexal manga was really... Yeah, it was a thing. It was very interesting. I could make Onibimaro Soul Sweeper here if I want to be really safe. And don't want to battle into this thing. There were fake numbers in Zexal. You're right about that, though. The fake numbers were number 1 through 4, not the Numeron gates. The Numeron gates are the real number 1 through 4. The other 1 through 4, all like bugs and jellyfish, are all the fake ones. Let's get another body for good measure. Okay, they could just concede here. Zexal manga was wild, though. One of my favorite parts of the Zexal manga was when they did a speed duel, like on the motorcycles. There wasn't any synchro summoning, but they did a speed duel. And Yuma's opponent was a... Was he light photons, or was he a bolt of lightning? I think he was a bolt of lightning who was brought to life. That was the guy who used the Mahunder, Pahunder, Sishunder deck. And there was the Captain Corn guy. There was the Corn Pirate. That's why number 50 is a Black Ship of Corn, because he was a pirate, but corn. Okay, so this is the... Oh my god, this hand is cracked! Whoa, this hand is cracked! Hold on a second. This is the do whatever you want Sprite hand. Hopefully they don't have like a maxi here, but... You know what? I'm gonna starter for red to give myself some protection while I'm at it, because they don't seem to have anything just yet. GX when they had to fight Jinzo for no reason. I really like that duel as well, actually. I agree, I think that's a good one. This is the exact kind of hand where, like, the 6th, the Nimble Monster, would actually be good. But the 6th, the Nimble Monster, is only good in very, very Windmore hands like this. I'm going to make Sprint anyway and just do a little bit of deck thinning. It's not going to change our overall number of bodies on board. Oh, you know what? We could go the Max C route here. Yeah, we could. I think we will do that, because we already have Jet in hand anyway. Yeah, we can definitely do it here, for sure. I'm actually about to do it right now. We also have opening of the Spirit Gates. God damn. We didn't even need it. We did not even need it. Yeah, we'll search Max C here. Alright, so now we can go... You know what, let me special Jet. Even Nib? That's why I've been very careful about how I'm playing this Sprite Red and leaving stuff up for it. Oh, it's Droll? I don't think I care about this at all. Yeah, I don't care. This is fine. Alright, we go Elf. Elf F. Res the Swap Frog. Yeah, we really don't care, like, at all. Alright, we set another Swap Frog. Activate. Return Max C to hand. And, yeah. It's so gross that you can do that. So disgusting. Here's IP. And we can make SP as well. Yeah, it would have actually been better for them to save the Droll in this situation, depending on what deck they're playing. If they can play through Droll, then yeah, they should have absolutely saved it. No, that's fine. We don't need to banish their Droll. Oh, did I already start her? Oh, I did already start her. For some reason, I thought I hadn't for some... I said it twice. Oh, well. Yeah, okay. So, we'll start her for Carrot, but we have to do it after we IP, because we're going to IP for Goddess here. Oh, I'm playing Gin Buster. I could have made that instead of Little Knight, and then I could have shotgunned for the Carrot. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I mean, it's like unoptimal play on my part, but hopefully it won't matter. It's Santa Claus. That is interesting. Santa Claus tributing Elf was a very interesting choice. Oh, they have another one? They do have another one. There goes my IP. Okay, now that IP's gone, I don't care about not being able to summon stuff that isn't level 2. So now we can summon Carrot. Holy, it is searchable with track. I didn't realize it was a light fiend. I knew it was a fiend, I just didn't realize it was light. Magnum Hut, yeah, I'm gonna chain Maxi. Christmas came twice this year, that's good. And then, yeah, when they activate this, I think now I'll SP to bounce itself and Magnum Hut out. I could red the Magnum Hut here. I don't like doing that, though. I'm going to activate this. Oh, you know what? I could banish the Santa Claus in the Magnum Hut. So does that come back to my field? Or does it... I don't know. Let's find out. I don't care if they get a Santa Claus, right? I might, because they might get a draw. Oh, no. It's only if summoned in this way. Okay. So glad I saved this. How about no? How about no? Actually, maybe I should have waited for the thing that they got off the thrust. Maybe. They might have another... Okay, it's Tenpai. How about no? Alright, so they have Dora. Their top deck is Songen summoning. That's definitely worth keeping in mind. Well, no, it's not anymore because they're going to search with Magnum Hut. Okay, searching Shundra. Oh, look at that. We don't know. Yeah, we did get back to Santa Claus. That's cool. I thought it would have gone back to them as well. That's what I would have assumed, but I guess not. We'll definitely take it. Okay, we can still get Gamma Burst. We know this isn't a hand trap. Yeah, we just win here. Let's search Gamma Burst first while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, we definitely take those free link materials. Yeah, oh my god, we can put out so many bodies this turn. Kinda unreal. Gimme. You. We'll go Elf F. For Carrot. Actually, should we get something stronger? I don't think it super matters here. If we played Fiendsmith, we could go into Fiendsmith stuff off Santa. That is very true. Huh, I actually don't have any more Link 2s in here. That's kind of funny. Okay. I'm just trying to think about damage. Yeah, we should have enough damage here. I mean, not with this current board. I'm going to summon Gigantic first, but... I'm going to summon it in the EMZ. Detach the Beckoning Beast. I haven't used blue yet, right? No, I did use blue. I'll just get another Jet then for some more damage. Take care of you. Santa Claus. Beautiful. Far more than enough. Far more than enough damage. How does it feel, Tenpai? Alright. Solid games we're getting here. I'm gonna save some of these replays. I might use them for a video later. Let me just lock those down real quick. Lock. And lock. There we go. Okay. How are we looking? How's chat doing? How's everybody doing right now? We doing good? Doing good out there? Alright, let's go to the next one. I'm existing in an empty void. That is a mood. That is a mood, but sometimes it's nice to just be, to simply be. Glad everyone's doing well. Sephiroth, Internet Virus, BBMCH30. And everybody else who's watching, whether you're lurking, not currently active in chat right now, just hanging out. If you're watching later on a VOD, I'm just glad you're here. We're all having fun together. It's a good time. Glad you're feeling good, Sea Blizzard. Mimigul Maker. Reveal 2 flip monsters with different names from your deck. Your opponent randomly picks one if you use special summon to their field in defense mode, and then you add the other to your hand. Then you can special summon a Mimigul from hand. If your opponent special summons a monster, considering the damage chip, you can banish from your graveyard. Start a face down monster. Okay. I'm gonna impulse this. Because I feel like Ash Blossom could be useful against another extender, or it could be useful against a Maxi they might have on my turn. Okay. Now, of course, that locks us out of Light, Wind, and Earth, but the main thing that's going to stop us from doing is Shadow Mosquito and Zeus, which kind of seems like we're not going to need either of those here. I could special summon Swamp Frog, but I don't really need to. So I won't. I'll just normal summon it. Okay. Dump the Ronin. I could bounce swap, and I think I will do that, but I want to special summon the Jet first. We already have Gamma Burst, which is really nice. We can just go for a starter here. Max C. See? I'm very glad I used Impulse last turn. Called by. This should be fine. We have 2,300 damage on board. Plus 23 plus 28 is 51. So we just need one more monster on board in order to win anyway. Let me think for a sec. I'm trying to think if there's any reason to activate starter now. I could just go into battle. I'm just going to go into battle phase. Let me just make sure I did my math right here. So if I get Carrot, she's got 1,000 attack. So that's 3,300 plus 1,400 times 3. 1,400 times 3 is 4,200. No, that's actually not enough. I have to start her for blue for lethal. Glad I did the math. Okay. Okay, they are going to flip a face-down Purge. What I say, 14 times 3 is 4,200. 42 plus 34, that's still not going to be enough. If I do the swap to bounce to summon Ronin, that'll be enough. And that gives them 2 draws. That puts me in Nib range, which I really don't like. The other option would be to go into Gigantic if I wanted to dodge Nib. Boom, boom, Gigantic. And then I could also... Yeah, let's just do it like that. Hope I'm not overthinking this. Okay. I think we actually just have enough for lethal now without even... We do, but I kind of want to get an extra body anyway. I'm going to do it. Just to have for red. In case they try to, like, I don't know, do something funny. I don't know what that would really be. Battle Fader. I'll be smart and do it during the damage step. Yeah, see, even if they battle fadered there, I could have distributed the Ronin and still had enough for lethal. I mean, I don't know. It's level 1. They might play it. GG's, Mimighoul. GG's. Let's keep going. What are we at for time right now? Coming up on 3 hours? I'm gonna go for at least 1 more hour. Might switch over to Punk. I can do that tomorrow, though, because we're gonna play more. We're gonna stream again tomorrow. I'd scoop if I saw Battle Fader just out of respect. Alright, let's go for normal summon Nimble Beaver. I hate opening 2 Nimble Beaver. It's not very fun. Ash Blossom on the Beaver. Okay. Sure, that's fine. They already used Ash Blossom. Should I sprint? I think I... okay, so if I sprint... That's 3, 4. Gigantic would be 5. Alright, I won't play sprint here. Plays around Nib to not play around sprint, and we don't get an extra body out of it. We're not losing because it's simply called being built different. I don't know. Let's get blue here. And let's remember that we're playing Gin Buster, because I keep forgetting that. I don't think we're going to summon Gin Buster this game, though, actually. Boom, boom, elf, elf, res, yeah. We're not going to summon Gin Buster here. I don't think we end up with enough bodies. Let's see. Elf. Carrot or red? Let's keep red up. Let's keep carrot up. This is like the eternal Sprite debate. Which one of these do you keep up going into your opponent's turn? I think I'm actually going to keep carrot up. Because it's better against board breakers for the most part. Which tend to be better against Sprite for the most part. Your Honor, my client is simply built different. That's good. Imagine if that's how, like, courtroom proceedings sound in the year, like, 2050. That'd be really funny. Would the council please be advised the defendant is goated with the sauce? Noted, Your Honor, with the sauce. Yes, indeed. Is Sprite just that hard to beat, or are you not playing decks with the powerful end board? I mean, to be fair, yeah, we're kind of playing against like Mimighoul and Dragon Maid. We've also played against like Tenpai so far this session, and did we play against Brandon? I don't remember. Dragon Maid changeover, huh? I mean, I want to negate that, but I kind of can't. Well, I can. If I carry give up IP and then wait for them to summon and then elf for IP. I don't think we need to do that, though. I'm going to chain elf for red here. Maybe I'm underestimating Dragon Maid fusion monsters. I mean, Shiyu is like an Omni negate, right? And then House summons Shiyu, I think? Nurse and Nurse Dragon form. Aranus. Okay, up into Shiyu. During each standby phase, blah blah blah. When your opponent activates a card effect, you negate the activation if you do destroy the card. Okay. That's fine. We can just go into SP to banish it, and then if they change Shiyu, we can red to negate and destroy it. If they go to like end their main, yeah, we're just gonna do that. I could go into Underworld Goddess. Is that better? No. Well, it might be. Hang on, let me think for a second. 2, 3, 4. No, but they wouldn't be able to use the last. Yeah, I'll just go into SP. I don't. Here's the thing, though. I think I have to use Carrot, but I don't really want to. Because if I use Elf and they go to negate, I guess I could red sack SP to negate and destroy the Shiyu. And then I can keep red and Carrot up. Is that too greedy? I'm gonna try it. Let's experiment a little bit and let's see if this plays as good as I think it might be. They're gonna chain. I'm gonna chain red. I'm actually gonna send SP. Oh, I could have banished you a second effect, you're right. That would be much simpler. And I wouldn't have to lose out on advantage. And I wouldn't have to use my red. I will have to deal with their Shiyu on my turn, but I already have Gamma Burst, so that's not that big of a deal. And I'll still have red up. That's also not that big of a deal. Oh, Johnny, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well today. In defense position that you can send. Yeah, I'll negate this. Can we ash the last card? We'll see. Also, we have Beaver for follow-up plays, so we can ash the last card. Beautiful. That is kind of a crazy last card for them to have. Nadir Servant. Alright. Yeah, so they have one negate going into our turn. We don't have red up right now. But I'm not that worried. Because we still have plays. Oh. Oh, they get a special summon. I forgot about that. It doesn't target either? That's really annoying. Okay, so let me... Hang on, let me read their Dragon Maid cards. Discard this card at the end of the battle phase. Cannot be destroyed by card effects when you control a fusion monster. Normal special, target a level 4 or lower Dragon Maid in your graveyard, special summon it. So I don't really care if either of these come back, right? It's only Nurse they can summon here? Oh, because they only summon... No, they summon any Dragon Maid monster. Okay. I don't care if they bring one of these back. This is fine. It's not going to do anything. I'll just battle over it. Like, if I don't OTK them this turn, I'm still going to establish control of the board. Okay. We're going to start with normal summon Nimble Beaver. F. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna summon Angler from deck. Because this summons this stuff besides Angler. So do I still have Sprint in here? I do. Okay. That's interesting. Am I gonna go into Sprint first? I think that's fine. Yeah. Okay, there it is. Negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. So I can bounce out Sprint. It'll still get negated, but I would at least get the body back, if nothing else. And I can also get their Shiyu out of the way to not have to battle over it. So I think I am absolutely going to activate Little Knight here on you and you. $3,200 gigantic for... I could gigantic for swap. No, I can't gigantic for swap. I have to go for blue and jet. That's fine. And then I could go elf. Hang on, let me think for a sec here. This is fine. I'm just gonna do it like this. I normal summoned? I did, okay. If I could bounce Swap Frog and special summon it, that would be such an easy line to lethal here. But I don't think we actually kill them here. So if I special swap and go boom boom elf, yeah, I think we have to do it this way. Wait, I haven't used starter this turn, right? Okay, never mind. We have enough. I forgot we're going to get a starter here. We're good. We're good. Oh no, it bumps them too! It's level 2! I should have called mine in! Ah, rip! That sucks! I always forget about that. I always forget it buffs their stuff too. God, I always forget about that. Okay. That's gonna have to be fine. Okay. Not losing to time. Okay. Let me think about this for a sec. Yeah. Oh, I should have chain call by. What am I doing? That actually doesn't matter. Actually, no, I should have done it this way. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is perfect. This is actually what I wanted. Okay. I'm glad we at least set this up before we lost all of our time on the clock. I can res SP. I could res IP. Or carrot. I'm gonna go for carrot. Alright, you have anything else? Oh, Dogmatica stuff. Okay. What does this do? Okay, it's just a big beat stick. It's fine. Oh, this might not be fine. Oh no! Wait, this is fine. I have called by. I'm just going to use it on Requiem. I know, right? Fiendsmith jump scare here. Alright, we're good. Yeah, toggle off for sure. I'm absolutely toggling off. Ooh, that was good. That was a good one. Man, I am definitely saving that one. And it was a level up to 16. Wow, we're kind of going through this a little more quickly than I thought we would. Not that I'm complaining. And we got some special tickets! First Dragon Maid, then Dogma, then Fiendsmith. I know, that was like... We have to look at their list. This person... Oh, we can't look at their list, because it's a... That's so sad! Oh, that's devastating! This person is such a chef! I wanted to see their concoction. Man, it's all good. Not that big of a deal, but... When's the cutoff for second stage? Oh, not for a while. Isn't it like 2 weeks from now? Let me see, actually. That's a good question. Okay, yeah, it's not 2 weeks. It's only 1 week, but week and a half, really. Yeah, let's keep going. Oh, that's a good game. That's so good. Love to see it. Kaiman can go for Kitchen Dragon Maid. True, she is a fire dragon. She is, in fact, a fire dragon. Hand's pretty good. Looks like they're probably... Oh, it's a 54-card deck again. That was, what, Resonator last time? Okay, it is branded this time. That isn't special summon, so I don't need a chain to that. Reveal Mercurier. They have to put the thing they revealed back, or they discarded, that's right. For Spriggan's Kit, interesting. Normal summon Cartesia is fine. Gonna hit them with the double imperm on Kit and Cartesia. That's brutal. Not a horrible draw, actually, because we already have Swat Frog in hand. Wait, are they not going to activate their effect? That's fine. They really did not activate Spriggan's Kit's effect. Really? Even if you weren't going to summon... Even if you weren't going to activate Branded Fusion, you don't want to search it? That is so bizarre. This is during the main phase, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to draw phase Imperm their Cartesia. Dominus Impulse is actually a pretty good top deck here. No uppies, it's just the regular Cartesia. They're chaining their own Max C. Okay. Not an optimal time to... I mean, I guess it's fine. I don't know. Not horrible. Not awful. Okay. How would I like to proceed? Do I want to actually go for an OTK? Does Branded ever play Nib? Like, what are they actually going to draw off Max C to stop me? Let me look at something real quick. Where's Branded? Here it is. Does this deck ever play Nibiru? At least less than 60% of the time. Yeah, I'll try to push through it. Why not? I guess we have Impulse, even if they have a special summon effect. So I'm just gonna go for it, I think. It is a high-level light monster. The only thing I don't want to pass, the only reason I really don't want to pass here is because they do have Cartesia up. So, like, they can go into, they represent, like, plays on board as it is right now. I really don't want to try to deal with that. Yeah, I think this is going to be fine. Maybe, we'll see. We don't need Mosquito, we don't need Zeus, we don't have to worry about that conflicting with Impulse here. God, this music slaps so much, I love it. I haven't gotten sick of it. You know what? Say what you will about Master Duel, the music goes hard. I keep introducing more music, and the quality has not faltered at all. You gotta appreciate a good OST in a game. OSTs make the game. Unpezatino, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. It's Super Polly! Ah! That was like the one thing we couldn't out. Oh, it's Jover. It's just Jover at this point. Because they can make Granganol, yeah, with these two. Even the Dice Rally music, yeah, it was pretty good, wasn't it? So that would explain why they didn't want to Springin's kit, because it would put them down to... Well, I guess they could still Super Poly discard the Branded Fusion, but... I mean, that would be horrible here. I guess it depends if they think they could set up the Retribution. Anyway, am I going to concede? Do I lose? Do I just lose to this? I don't think I do, actually. I can Ronin Revive for Elf for Swap, but I don't have enough bodies to battle over and do lethal. That gives him so many draws. I can out the board to deal a lot of damage, but I don't think I can actually win this turn. Let me try at least here. What is my favorite OST in Master Duel? That's a good question. Oh, I don't remember which number on the soundtrack it is. Hang on, we might actually have something here. But it's the Kashtira Field music. The climax track for that field where like, oh god, it just goes so hard. When it goes into like crazy guitar solo and it's like bow wow bow 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 bow. And it's like burp 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 burp. It's got like the chorus in the background too. I think that is the one they use for Eldritch Shore mode. I think you're right about that. Yeah. Live Twin theme is pretty good. Branded theme is really good. They've done a really good job of making the like the really thematic boards have really good music. Live Twins music is really good. Branded board music is really good. Sky Striker board music is really good. They're all really fitting for their themes as well. They did a good job. They did a good job. There's one song that legit reminds me of Final Fantasy VII. I wonder if we might be talking about the same song, honestly. Because I get Final Fantasy VII vibes from the song I was trying to describe earlier. Yeah, now I'm not saying that we can't ever be critical of Konami. They certainly are deserving of it in many, many, many ways. But I also like giving credit where credit's due, you know? They did well. Okay, so we're going to go for a blue. I think we're actually going to win this duel. That's kind of insane to me, but I think we're actually just about to win this game. Let me get red. They're just a small indie company. Yeah, John Konami's doing what he can, you know, funding everything out of pocket. You know what? We could actually go even further. I don't think I need to do this, but I will. I'm just BMing at this point. Nice Maxi! Nice Maxi! Nice Super Poly! Nice Maxi! Lol anyway! It's good. Hey, what's up, Maurice? Yeah, our duels have been going very, very well. We've been having a very, very good climb. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks to everybody who's stopped by today. Really appreciate y'all being here. We've had very good viewership on these streams. Love to see it. Love to see it. Thank you all. I truly mean it when I say I am humbled that you're all choosing to watch me this afternoon or evening or whatever time of day it is wherever you are. Very much appreciated. Frogs for the win! What field is better, Branded or Sky Striker? I like Branded personally. I like the strings. The strings in that song are very, very nice. This hand is cracked. But the Sky Striker music is also very good. Swap Frog plus Angler is disgusting to open, by the way. Not only because you get so many bodies, but you can actually just go Chain Link 1 Angler, Chain Link 2 Swap Frog. Now they can't like Ash or Gamma your Angler F. You wish you could Ash my Angler F. You wish you could Ash my Angler F. Maxi. That's a nice Maxi. Too bad I have an Ash too. Wow, that minigame did not go well for my opponent. Casually hand ripping them for 2 before going full combo. We're just going to go straight into... Okay, they're just going to concede. I was going to say, we're going to go straight into Gigantic here. There's no point in going into Sprint because we're not going to get more bodies out of it. And we just played a Nib doing that. So we definitely go Gigantic there. Gigantic for blue for Jet, and then, yeah, you all know the rest. Minigame skill difference. They saw the fate of that battle. That's funny. There's been one time in my life where I got hand ripped with a triple tack. Say that 5 times fast. I got hand ripped with a triple tack, and my opponent, upon seeing my hand, conceded. I think that was with Snake Eye about 1.5 years ago when it was at full power, or whenever that was. Yeah, it was about 1.5 years ago. That was fun. I liked that one. Purge on the Beckoning Beast is completely fine. Do not care about that at all. Mine was also with Snake Eyes, sounds about right. Oh, that doesn't even... We can still get the extra normal? That's disgusting. That's so good. Alright, at this point, I'm gonna Jet for starter now, because I'm gonna play Sprend. So I'm gonna play into Nib no matter what. That being the case, if they do have Nib, if I at least have starter, I can starter for a Sprite to Sprite plus token to Elf and at least do something. So, yeah. Try to keep these two around for Jin Bust. We could just make Jin Buster right now. We could have just made Jin Buster before a combo. That would have been the smart thing to do. It's okay. I don't think they have anything, hopefully. Never punished. We didn't even have to play into the rock. We should have done this first before we went into Sprint. And then we wouldn't have had to play into the rock. Yeah, triple attack. Look, it's a classic. I'm trying to think if I've ever had other funny situations like that. Oh, we definitely go for Swap Frog here. Live Twin Sprite? I mean, yeah, this is definitely a pretty good time to do Live Twin Sprite. I will say, though, that it's weird. So, because of the situation we're in, like with the current meta, I actually think Live Twin Sprite kind of became one of the weaker Sprite variants. Live Twin Sprite's big advantage, right, was that it was very consistent. It was a lot more consistent than pure Sprite because everything was limited. However, have I not dumped Ronin yet? Oh, Ronin's in hand. That's why. Okay, so I still have a swap in deck, right? Yes. Okay, good. I forgot Ronin was in hand. Whoops, that's fine. Because we can just bounce, swap, and then pitch. Oh, we can't bounce, swap, rip. That's fine. It still doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of does, actually. We're going to miss out on... we just miss out on SP, which is actually not that big of a deal because debatably keeping Carrot up is just better anyway. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, we'll just do it like that. Okay. The VTuber that was an Evil Twin Sprite main switched to the decklist Hex is currently on. And that makes sense because, like it was... Okay, actually, let me think about this for a second. Okay, so Ether Barrel to set... Okay, I'm gonna chain Elf, and... Let me think for a second. Let me see something real quick. Yeah. Oh, Jet and Blue are under Jin Buster. That's fine. That's not that big of a deal. I'll just summon Sprint, I guess? Yeah, I'll just summon Sprint. That's fine. But yeah, so like with pure Sprite being so consistent now, and the other thing is that Evil Twin Fiendsmith puts up a stronger end board. Oh, they said Drill Beam? That's weird. And completely fine with me. Yeah, that's completely fine. Yeah, I mean, we'll just do this now. That's fine, too. We can carrot the Drill Beam. Yeah, this is more than okay with me. Yeah, we can carrot the Drill Beam on my turn, so I'm just gonna banish the Ether Barrel. Yeah, there was no need to Gin Buster at any point during that. I'll save it for a follow-up monster effect. They're gonna try to go into like a Fiendsmith or Blue Eyes plays. Do you like Pure better than Fiendsmith, Sprite? That's one of the reasons why I'm playing Pure right now, is I'm trying to figure that out. And... Sorry, let me think for a sec. Carrot, Sack, Elf. I think that's worth here. We still have Ash Blossom, we still have Gin Buster. Yeah, this is fine. Impulse has actually been better than I thought it would be. I will say that much. So it was Blue Eyes. But the Fiendsmith stuff comes up a lot more. You just see it a lot more often because of how many, you know, engine pieces you have. So the things to evaluate when trying to decide if Pure is better than Fiendsmith for me is not just like how useful are these cards relative to one another, but I'm also looking at like the extra deck, for example, right? So extra deck space was one of the big things that came up as far as like why you wouldn't play Fiendsmith. So I want to really look at all the extra deck cards that I am playing because I have room, because I'm not playing Fiendsmith. And how often do these come up? Downward into Zeus has not come up once. Typhon has not come up once. Almirage has not come up once. Gin Buster has come up. However, if we were playing Fiendsmith, we could simply make like a Caesar and have that negate instead. So while Gin Buster has come up, I think it's a little bit of a moot point, or at least they're kind of even, right? Because Gin Buster is a good negate, Fiendsmith also puts out good negates. I think they're kind of like trading off points there. Onibimaru, we have used a couple of times. However, I don't think we've needed it the times that we've used it. We've used it twice. I remember the last time we used it, we didn't need it to OTK. I don't think we needed it the first time either. But I will say, I think Onibimaru Soul Sweeper is a very, very good card in this deck. Like, if I were to miss one of these extra cards more than the others, I think it would be Onibimaru Soul Sweeper. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the 5 extra slots that I would normally be devoting to Fiendsmith. And, not this one, sorry, this one. Yeah. Gin Buster, Onibimaru, Downward, Typhon, and Almirage. And I don't think these are, like, coming up more often than Fiendsmith would. Again, looking at the main deck, could we get to play Impulse and Beckoning Beast instead of, the Fiendsmith engine? And, I mean, Beckoning Beast hasn't been super necessary. Fiendsmith engine can also pivot into Sprite play, so that's kind of a moot point. So from the main deck, again, I'm mostly looking at Impulse. Impulse has been very good. Impulse has come up a decent bit, and the situations where it's come up, it's played very well. So for me, personally, from this play session, my strongest inclination to play Fiendsmith would be to include, or to not play Fiendsmith and Sprite, would be to include Dominus Impulse. So that's what the question is for me. Is it worth it to play Dominus Impulse over Fiendsmith, or is the, you know, is it the other way around? I suspect it's the latter. I suspect Fiendsmith is still more worth it. But That's kind of my overall assessment of where we're at on Pure versus Fiendsmith Sprite right now. Woo! I love that Sprite Blue makes the Mario 64 sound effects before disappearing. I think that's really fun. I don't know if it's supposed to be a reference to specifically Mario 64, but it's a very fun sound regardless. Fiendsmith is just too strong to be ignored. I agree. Also, it is very nice, yeah, that we can't rank down anymore. Alright, I'm gonna Ash this and just hope they don't have any follow-up here. I think that's about the best I can do. Ah, they have a call by rip. Alright, that's fine. We'll let them combo. This hand's pretty good. We might be able to push through their board. Yeah, I think Impulse is definitely worth playing for sure. Like, you know, I'm thinking of, in this deck, would there be other hand traps that are their play over Impulse? And I kind of think the answer is no. It's not even just that Impulse is powerful, it's a unique kind of hand trap. There's not another hand trap that, you know, can be used from hand that stops special summon effects, but Impulse can. Purge safer with Fiendsmith. It just really depends on the deck. A lot of Fiendsmith decks, because you're going to rely so heavily on other attributes, you just aren't able to play Purge. Yeah. There is, like, that's actually kind of interesting. Could you get away with Dominus, Purge, and Fiendsmith control? I guess Dark. There's a lot of good generic Dark extra deck monsters that you would want access to that you wouldn't have. Like SP. I mean, if that's really the worst thing you're losing out on, it might actually be worth it. Oh, Bestials. There we go. That's what it is. There are some builds that really don't play that many Bestials. I think in that kind of build, like if you're playing Fiendsmith, Primite, whatever control, and your only Bestials are Magnum Hut and Druisworm, that's all you want to play, then I think you could start to ask the question, are playing these better than Purge? I think the answer is probably that Bestials are just better, but I could see a world where maybe you would want Purge instead. Because again, like I was kind of saying about Impulse, the thing that makes Impulse so good is it's a very unique form of disruption. I think that's why Bestials are better than Impulse. Or, no, Purge, than Purge, yeah. Impulse is the unique disruption, the one that stops special summons. Like, Purge is good, but you already play Ash Blossom, and you can't really double up on an effect like the Bestials, necessarily. Facing a Cashier player who played Impulse? that is definitely... Yeah, that makes no sense at all. Can't Unicorn, can't Fenrir. Been using a Memento, watching you for a while now. Your vids help so much. Thank you, I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. I have not been playing a ton of Memento. I kind of want to play more. We might do that during tomorrow's stream, actually. Play some Memento. Especially if we're in the, you know, if we're in the event, then losing ranks for playing unoptimally wouldn't matter as much. Yeah, we might just do that tomorrow. Don't let me forget that. We might just do Memento. I would be down for that. That's the thing about these decks like Memento. I get caught in this vicious cycle where they're a deck that I feel like you really need to be playing a lot to be really good at playing the deck, right? But then I, you know, go to play other decks, and then I'm like, I haven't played Memento in so long. I'm so rusty. I'll play something else. And then the cycle just keeps on feeding and feeding itself, you know? Nightmare Griffin is Light Fiend. Yep, that's, yeah, it's... You don't often use it to pivot into Fiendsmith stuff, but the fact that you can optionally is really funny. But Nightmare Griffin is very important to Live Twin Fiendsmith, yeah. There are a few things you kind of just have to keep in mind. That is how I tend to play Memento. With Memento, for me, it's one of those decks that it's easier to not try to think of a specific combo line. Instead, I try to think about, okay, what are the things that I need to do, right? Like, I need to set up my graveyard. I need to do a couple of fusion summons, one for Thunder Dragon, one for the King. You know, I just try to remember all the things to set up, right? The King sends the... Well, I guess you don't even really play Combined Creation that much. Or not Combined Creation, you play that. But you don't really play Cranium Burst that much anymore. But you can use the Creation King to set up the Cranium Burst in the graveyard to get back off the field spell if you do play it. Gotta learn Mermail so I know every choke point. Mermail, let's see, that's the thing. Mermail is really hard. Like, Mermail's choke point is pretty much always going to be early on. Because as soon as they get the ball rolling at all, they're just able to keep turning it into, like, more and more advantage. Like, if you have a single Ash Blossom, I think for Mermail, you just gotta use it against, like, the first effect more often than not. Also, I don't think we can play through this board. This is very scary. Okay, so this is actually another reason why, I guess specifically, I don't like Dark Beckoning Beasts in pure Sprite, and why I kind of think Fiendsmith is better. Because, like, opening Beckoning Beast and Nimble Beaver, this feels so bad. I mean, here we have Swap to discard the Beaver, so it's actually kind of fine, but, like, if I didn't have Swap Frog, it would feel very bad to have both of these in hand right now. Kind of why I'm not a fan of Beckoning Beast engine, and like, kind of why I just think Fiendsmith is like better to play instead. Excuse me. Blah. Get some water. Alright, blah, 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 blah. Let's see, opening. This time around, the qualifiers is so much more grindy. We've kind of been breezing a little bit, but it's obviously, you know, gonna be everyone's unique experiences. Trying to figure out if I want to special summon blue right now. I mean, I'm like trying to think if we ever get punished for special summoning blue here. And we already have starter in hand, so probably not. Yeah, I think we actually definitely summon it here. That's completely fine. That is so fine. That is so unbelievably fine. I don't know much about the TCG as far as like the meta and like the ban list and how it affects it and stuff, so I'm not the best person to ask about that kind of thing. When did I don't even remember when the last TCG ban list came out, or if we're due for another one. I don't really follow it that closely at all. Yeah, this is fine. Once I get Minstrel. Minstrel is so annoying. Like, I don't care that much about hand ripping, like, towards the end of the combo, but being able to Minstrel and hand rip before the combo even starts is very annoying. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, let's be real. By the point you're getting Mullen Glaciad, your opponent is, like, pretty much already won. Like, they can set up a board that's as good as hand ripping you. Right? Like, that, I'm like, whatever. If I'm at that point, I'm probably just going to lose anyway. But when they lead with the Minstrel to take my hand trap, that's when I get a little, like, ooh. It's a little salty when they do that. Oh yeah, TCG does still have 3 crossed out. Oh wait, no, they just limited it. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so they still have IP, Sylvia, and Baron up, right? Ugh, I'm just gonna concede. That's fine. Yeah, the last TCG list limited the cross out. That's right. Triple Attack to 1 was kind of a weird hit. I mean, it makes sense for a best of 3 format. I don't disagree with Triple Attack to 1. When I first saw it, I was like, is that really necessary? But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, that's fine. I don't think it needs to be banned. I know some people call for Triple Attack ban. I think that's way too much. But I think putting it at 1 is fine. Also, thank you for the follow, Cold Dragon. And thank you for the YouTube sub, Froquit. Hand's insane. It's good. Oh, that's insane. It's really good. Being able to lead with normal summon Sprite Red into this other sprites is always good. Imprimon Blue is so fine. So unbelievably fine. I'm not even going to cross it out. I literally am not even going to cross it out. I actually just don't care at all if you do that. That is completely... Even if I didn't have Jet... Well, okay, if I didn't have Jet for follow-up, then yeah, I would have crossed it out. But even if this Jet were a different, like, extender, even if it were just a normal summon a level 2 monster, I would probably still not cross out that Imperm here. Trying to think if I want a starter for Carrot. I should, but I won't. Mostly because it would kind of screw up my zones a little bit. Not even, though. I'm gonna not do it, but it's a greedy play to not do it. I think it'll be at least a year before Maiden and Sage go back to 3. I think it'll be minimum 1 year. Maybe 8 months. It really depends when Ryzeal and Malice come out. Because Primate Blue Eyes will still be a good deck. Like, you know, lest we forget in other Ryzeal Malice formats. See, this one I'm going to cross out. Excuse me. That was Ash Blossom, right? Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Like, it's still going to be good enough that the hits aren't going to be unwarranted even after Ryzeal and Malice come out, is kind of what I'm getting at. I don't think they'll be necessary. I'm not saying that they need to be hit, but I think it'll be at least 8 months before the meta's at a level where they'll consider giving Primate Blue Eyes some more tools to work with. Love me some Sprite duels. You and me both, Joel. We love Sprite gaming. Oh my god, if Sprite sponsored me, I would have so much fun with that. Sprite, not that you're listening. I know you're not, but if you, by some miracle, are, I would make so much Master Duel specific promotional material for you. You have no idea. Holy. I would spend an ungodly amount of time doing that. Just saying. Just saying. If you're on Twitch, you should be able to see the list. Oh, you know what? For the event, I know for the event, sometimes the Untapped companion gets a little confused about the list. So it might be showing the wrong list right now. I can show you the list after this game. The song slaps. The song slaps. It's so good. I can't get over it. Can even add SP. We can even add SP to our end board here. I'll do it. I think that's fine. You know what? It's actually kind of debatable, because you could leave this board as is, and I think that would also be fine, but we do have a second option. Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting about Gin Buster. We could have set up Gin Buster here. Nah, it's fine. I keep forgetting we're playing Gin Buster and saving Blue and Jet for that. Cash Tira Birth, eh? That's fine. Ryuge Voiceless? I can see that... Maybe. Ryuge has some floodgates, doesn't it? I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. Imseti Pitch Invocation. You know what's funny? Oh, but it draws a card too. Yeah, okay. I'll stop that then. I'll send SP. I think that's probably the one we're gonna need the least. And we can just get it back with Elf once they summon a monster. Yeah, I don't know if Voiceless and Ryuge conflict in terms of like hand or the floodgates or anything, but I can see it being a thing. Yeah, it's not cash, whatever it is. It looks like just like a pile, really. We always appreciate a good pile. I was like, dang, I should have gone for Gamma Burst, but I could just start her for the other jet for the Gamma Burst. I might actually just do that. Or I could just link off this jet and bring it back with Elf. I'll just start her, whatever. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters. I think about that line from Aqua Teen all the time whenever I play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm in win more situations. I'm like, and I'm hemming and hawing, and I'm like, should I play it this way or this way? Which is technically better? That's when I hear Carl's voice in my head. It don't matter. None of this matters. I'm just like, you're right, Carl. Whee! Alright. Are we at 18 yet? I think one more game and we're at DL level 18, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, D level 18. Let's go again. Let's go again. Not a level up game. Yeah, boy, I kind of do still want to build Voiceless now that they have a secret pack. I'm thinking about it. And I have some extra gems if I'm not going into this pack. Seems weird. Yeah, I mean, we just start with normal summon Nimble Beaver here. D-level Min! Thanks for the follow. That's a great username. I like that a lot. That's good. Voiceless looks like a lot of fun. Also, what's up, Kenny? Hope you're doing well. There we go. Now it's a level up game. How we doing? How's everybody doing? How's chat doing? We're doing well. We're doing good. All right. Babysitting? Hell yeah. Alright, what do we got? Ash Blossom and nothing else. Let's see what they do. Tracked. If you're gonna lead Tracked, I'll wait to Ash the Requiem. Add Engraver, Pitch Lurie. That's interesting. Folks in the chat who've played Voiceless, how hard of a deck do you think it is? Like, compared to other decks, is it like Ritual Beast level difficult? Is it more like Branded / Lab level difficult? Do you think it's really easy? Is it like Sword Soul, where it's really simple, but there's a lot of nuance? So what do you think of Voiceless? Easy to set up, hard to interact properly, easy to learn, pretty easy TBH. Easy to set up, hard to interact properly doesn't surprise me. That sounds like it's accurate. I was kind of touching on this a little bit earlier in the stream. Voiceless strikes me as one of those decks where, like, the base combo line is really easy to learn, but there's also a lot of nuance depending on how you open and what your opponent does. That's a lot more complex. It's easy, just expensive. It's not hard. It's not hard, but there's sneaky good plays. That sounds about right. I might build Voiceless instead of going into this pack, because I've kind of been debating if I want to get this pack at all. Like, mostly if I want to build Crystron. If I'm going to build Crystron, I'm going to buy some of this pack, obviously. But I don't know. Voiceless sounds like a lot of fun. It's easy to play, but sequencing is very important to play around hand traps. You can play around anything, but you have to choose what you'll play around. I like decks like that. I do a lot of that kind of mental gymnastics a lot when I play any given deck. So I feel like that might be a good fit for me. You have limited interaction, so you need patience on that Omni Negate to avoid playing into like triple attack. That makes sense. Knowing how to optimize your hand. Honestly, the way you all are describing it makes me feel like I would have a lot of fun playing Voiceless. I'll sleep on it, and there's a shot. I'm not going to promise this. There's a chance we might start tomorrow's stream by opening the Voiceless packs and trying to build that deck. Like I said, I'm not going to promise it, but I will sleep on it tonight, and I'll think about it. Because, like, I already have so many UR craft points right now. Like, I can afford to craft 5 URs and still have my base of 300 I like to sit at. And that's not even factoring spending gems on the packs, right? So, yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about it for sure. Suffering from success? Really, though, honestly. I'm at the point where gems are burning a hole in my pocket. I haven't really been paying careful attention to what our opponent's doing, by the way, but I kind of feel like they're not playing optimally personally. So we ashed their oak, or not their oak, their Requiem. So I could understand not pivoting to Fiendsmith. But, like, how are they going to make Appaloosa here? Like, they're just gonna end on Flamberge into IP Pass and Promethean Princess, of course, but for where I stopped you, opponent, you should have a 3-mat Appaloosa on top of these. No, don't Zealantis! This is 0 DK, you're not supposed to do this yet. Okay. During the battle phase, quick effects, you can destroy a number of cards equals the number of co-linked. Prom Princess doesn't point up, right? So they won't be co-linked? Yeah, okay, even if they put her down here. Well, but this banishes, so it'll get summoned to a main zone. Okay. Also, again, I hate opening these two cards together. Boy, I think I might make some changes to this pure list. Like, I might just take these out. The Beckoning Beast and the Gates. I'm just so sick of opening Beckoning Beast and Nimble Beaver. Oh yeah, the banish is their turn only. So yeah, they can't, okay, yeah. How do I want to do this? I think I'll activate opening first and see if they have a response for it. Mermail Crystron ate my UR. Makes sense, makes sense. So I think I actually normal summon Nimble Beaver here. Because if I normal summon Dark Beckoning Beast and they go IP into SP and banish the Beckoning Beast, I don't have a way of getting another 2 on the board. Yeah, if Zealantis if the first effect was either a turn, yeah, that would be busted. That was just me not remembering. Co-linked cards, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, things are coming to a head, opponent. Your SP is getting worse and worse by the minute. What are you gonna do? You're gonna imperm my blue. How many times have people impermed my Sprite blue this stream? How many times have I said... Okay, I might cross this out. I was gonna be like, how many times have I said this is so unbelievably fine, I don't care at all? However, this time I think I am gonna use cross out. I really don't want one of these to be a hand trap that screws me up. If it's Ash Blossom, that would really screw me up. Like, okay, if I cross out this Imperm, and they Ash Blossom the Sprint I go into... I'm gonna let this go. This is fine. I'm more scared of a potential hand trap, I think, than this Imperm on blue. I don't know. I'm sure there are situations, but I really struggle to think of a situation where Imperm on blue is ever right. If they go, like... It would have to be a late game scenario. I don't think it's, like, ever right on turn 1. Because if they have blue, they have another... Well, I guess if they go starter for blue... But if they have another monster up, you should, like... You should never imperm the blue. Just wait for the Gigantic. It's always going to be better to imperm the Gigantic. Me holding Maxi as my opponent goes normal summon Carrot, special summon red. I won't lie, I've been hit with that before. I won't lie. Little Knight Banish so unbelievably doesn't matter here. They still have Prom Princess up, which I'm a little worried about. Because they're going to do that on Gigantic. Okay, this actually is kind of becoming an issue. Too bad this crossout isn't a call by. Then I would just win here. I might have actually needed to cross out the Imperm. I might have been a little greedy there. I was just so scared of another hand trap. Like an Ash... it was the Ash Blossom, really. I was scared of the Ash Blossom. You know what's funny? I don't find myself getting tilted a lot, but the situations where I tilt the most are actually ones like this, where I don't get mad if I get unlucky. I don't get mad if my opponent gets lucky. I only tend to really get a little bit heated if my opponent isn't playing well and is gonna win anyway. Because that's when I get like grumble, grumble, never punished, not deserved. I start like getting into that kind of mentality. But even then I try to be pretty mindful of not falling too hard into that trap. We didn't impulse, right? We could still Zeus him. But we need to trigger the Prom Princess first. So what if I go into Elf? Elf? Nah, it still doesn't really change things. What's up, Spellbinding? Black. I don't like this. I don't like this situation we're in. I really don't. I think we're just gonna lose here. I mean, I think it's best to try to go into Elf for the 3200 Gigantic. But we're gonna get hit with Promethean Princess here. Yep. You've got it. You've got it. That's fine. Alright, so here's another conclusion I've come to about pure Sprite versus the Fiendsmith variant. And it's not a very obvious one. It's not even one I thought of until I noticed this over the course of a few games, including that last one. I've vocalized it each time. That's opening Nimble Beaver and Dark Beckoning Beast. It feels very, very bad to have both of these in your opening hand because you can only use one or the other. So, I mean, obviously that's not necessarily a Fiendsmith specific thing, but it is really nice that Fiendsmith is an extending engine that does not use your normal summon at all. So, if I were to continue using a pure list like this, I think I would want to take these out. Now, here's the other problem, though, is that those were pretty important starters to have, right? Like, we have the Swap Frogs, that's 3. We've got the Beavers, that's also 3. We've got the Sprite starter, that's also 3. But that's only 9 total one-card starters, and I'd like over 10 if possible. Feels bad opening Lacrima Luri. Yeah, I mean, it does, but the thing is that, like, only Lacrima really conflicts with the Nimble Beaver for a normal summon, right? And even then, it's like you can still potentially open something, like if you open Luri plus Engraver, or like rather plus Tract, that's still fine. There's not really any combination of Beaver plus Gates plus Beckoning Beast that's good to open. So like, yeah, I mean, Lacrima Luri, also not great to open, but that's 2 things you don't want to open as opposed to, 4. And yeah, again, like I said, the Lacrima / Luri could also potentially be useful if you open Fiendsmith stuff anyway, right? So, Hex, how can I join your Discord and submit replays? Well, if you're over on Twitch, there's a fairly simple way that you can do that. Go !Discord, which I'll do in chat here. That'll give you the invite link to our Discord server. Go ahead and join that, and then under the Master Duel section in the Discord server, you're going to look for a channel that is called Viewer Special Submissions. There you're going to want to drop your 9-digit player ID, and then I typically do it on Sunday morning. I go through and review the replays that are submitted there, and I feature some of them on the YouTube channel. I'm just explaining for maybe some folks who are watching on Twitch who might not know what you're talking about there. Yeah, every Monday on the YouTube channel, I put out a video where I go over viewer replays, and I get those through the Discord server. So if you're interested, those are, that's where you want to submit it. What are the ways I can show support? Spellbinding. Thank you so very much for asking. There's a number of ways you can show support. If you want to see the VODs and edited YouTube content early before they go public, the best way to support is actually to become a YouTube member. You'll also get some emotes if you're chatting over on YouTube there as well. And yeah, you get some extra perks there. Twitch viewers also get the VOD, or Twitch subscribers rather also get the VOD, as well as some emotes. I also have a Patreon, which I can throw a link to as well, where I post multiple times per week, and that's all exclusive content. Nothing that's posted on Patreon is reposted anywhere else. So those are the main avenues of support. Although honestly, by simply being here, showing up, watching, hanging out, chatting, even lurking, just being here is a fantastic way to support as well. So I really gotta thank everybody who has shown up. I really do appreciate it. But there are additional ways as well. Thank you, Spellbinding. And should I be watching the whole YouTube video to help smaller content creators? Why, yes, absolutely. That is on the real though. Like, not even just for me. If there's a smaller YouTuber you watch and you love their stuff, no joke, watching the videos all the way through to the end is like, you would not believe how helpful that is. It's good for the algorithm. It's good for other things that I don't know if I can talk about due to ad revenue agreements, but you know what I'm getting at here. But really, the algorithm boost that it gives by watching all the way through is insane. I'm not kidding when I say watching a video all the way through a lot of the times is even better for a YouTuber than it's subscribing to them. Now, subscribing is also a free action that is very, very helpful. But yeah, I can't underestimate that enough. And ring that bell. Like and comment, ring that bell. That's all good. Any other engines that are 1-card starters in a Sprite deck? Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that right now. There's not a lot that don't use a normal summon besides Fiendsmith, which is kind of what I'm looking for here, ideally. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, let me actually go over to Untapped real quick and go under Sprite. I just wonder if there's anything that people are using that I've, like, missed out on. Not really? Okay. Melfi's, Fuelos. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of what I thought it was going to be. Core is level 2. It is fun, like, looking at any given archetype and being like, hey, you have a level 2 monster. Maybe I could introduce you to some Sprite plays. I don't know. You know, the more I think about it, the more I kind of think that, like, as much as I don't really like it, I think we actually do have to keep Dark Beckoning Beast and Gates for the pure build. So the conclusion I think I've come to after doing a bit of testing, and I might do a little bit more here still with this build. In fact, I think I'll do at least a couple more games with this build, but the conclusion I've come to here is that I don't think this build is better than Fiendsmith. I think Fiendsmith Sprite is better than Pure. Not by a lot though. It's not by a ton. I think if you're playing a pure Sprite build that's not playing Fiendsmith, you are absolutely still playing a good deck in this meta. Runic Sprite? Runic Sprite is pretty cool. I haven't played it in quite some time. It's too bad we didn't open a... Oh, you know what? We can Swap Frog balance itself here. You know what? I actually like this hand a lot. Okay. We can play... Yeah, we can make some pretty sweet plays here. We can actually play around Nibiru and still get angler plays off. Lead with Dark Beckoning Beast. Failure on the Beckoning Beast is fine. I don't even think I'm going to use the Called By here. No, I'm not. Because I could still have Maxi or Fua or Ash. And I don't need this Beckoning Beast to resolve to pop off here. I was the one who posted 60 card stuff while everyone was posting standard. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna let this Ash Blossom go too, because I actually don't care about it either. That is really cool though. It's always I like the 60 card variants. You know, they're not quote unquote optimal or whatever, but that's fine. They're fun. What else can you ask for? Oh, but Cyber Dragon. I do think Cyber Dragon does get a power boost from Clockwork Knight. I'm so glad I saved Called By. You have no idea how glad I am I saved this Called By. I'm so glad I didn't use it earlier. This is... Patience is a virtue. They have 4 of those! Okay, they were being very patient. Wow. That whole exchange is like the epitome of the phrase, patience is a virtue. It is so important to be patient when not only using hand traps, but playing against them. Do you know how many people would have fired off this Call By so much sooner in the turn? Do you know how many people would have shotgunned this Fualos? And yet, by not doing so, my opponent is so insanely rewarded here. Because now I'm just going to summon red and pass. Like, legit, I'm just going to end up passing here. After I set Gamma Burst, of course. But, like, I was going to Gigantic for Swap Frog, bounce Swap Frog back to hand, Swap Pitch Angler, Angler summon multiple bodies, but... Nah, they played that very well. And they can't make it anymore. That was a really funny game. I'm saving that one. I'm saving that one because there's a lot of good teaching points in that game. I did not expect them to concede that. What were they on? Was it Tempai and they just didn't get anything? I can't see what they're on because it's the right. That must have just been like Tempai and they didn't find anything. What if we run Tour Guide? We could play... Oh, you know what actually is... You know what we could actually play is Terror Top. We could play Terror Top, and that doesn't use a normal summon. And puts bodies on board. And can even make a link to. But, like, I don't know. Yeah, we can do that in Pure to not play Fiendsmith, but I feel like playing Fiendsmith would just be way better. Tour Guide and Sangan. Sangan can get a hand trap for the next turn. That's not a horrible idea. Not a bad idea at all, actually. Ash Blossom on Beaver is fine. And they're both darks. True. Oh yeah, Turret Top is wind. We wouldn't be able to play Impulse anymore. Ooh, good max C. That was a good max C from our opponent. Is it worth it to give them 1 draw to Special Carrot here? That's actually really debatable. That's highly debatable. I think it is, but I could see an argument for somebody saying no here as well. Also, somebody who was very rewarded for not shotgunning their max C. I'm telling you, it's never worth. It's just never worth. This is also the most obvious bait I've ever seen in my life. Okay, it's obviously not never worth, but the only times it's worth it is if you happen to roll into a matchup like Kashtira, where it ends up being good. But the number of times you're rewarded for not shotgunning your Max C far exceeds the number of times you're rewarded for shotgunning it. Wow, good play on my opponent's part. Baiting out the Imperm, and now just going to pitch the Ostentatio. They're like, yeah, I know you're saving that carrot, but we're just going to play around it. Actually, we can still carrot the Pen Zone F, so this might end up being fine. Oh no, the special summon doesn't put them in the Pen Zone. No, yeah, we're screwed. I'll pull up and play it out. I don't face against Melodious that often. I kind of want to see what they end up going into here and how they build their board up. Honestly, one of the best ways to learn to play against a deck is that if they're like beating up on you, don't concede to them. Watch how they build their board and pay attention. And then you'll know how to break it next time. Or how to stop them from setting up next time. Besides, I don't actually know Melodious well enough to know if they can put out lethal in this kind of a situation. So maybe they can't. I will say, as I always kind of throw this caveat out, that a lot of my tips and suggestions are for people who are first and foremost looking to improve Master Duel play. I understand a lot of people kind of play the game to take it easy, and they don't want to think that hard. And I don't think there's any... I have days like that, believe me. I have days where I just throw YouTube on in the background, and I'm like, I just want to kind of play some cards, right? I just want to move some cards around a little bit here. So if you would rather shotgun Maxi or Ferulos to not have to sit there and watch your opponent's whole turn, I think that's valid. I don't think it's optimal, but I think it's valid to want to enjoy the game that way. Also, look at that. We didn't get OTK'd. We're going to get a follow-up turn. I don't know how much we're going to get to do on our follow-up turn, but interesting to note that we didn't just outright lose here. Yeah, so the reason that Fiendsmith is a good extender slash starter package for Sprite is because even though the Fiendsmith deck doesn't have any, or the Fiendsmith package doesn't have any level 2s in it, you can still go into Requiem, which is a Link 2. And Requiem can, of course, summon, you know, Lacrima, and then Lacrima summons another body. And then you can go Requiem plus your other body to then go into Sprint, and then dump Angler and go full Sprite combo. And again, the fact that also makes it so good is that it doesn't use your normal summon. Like, yeah, you can't really extend by going Specialist Sprite with Fiendsmith stuff up. So glad I activated this first. But what you can do is you could still normal summon a random level 2 monster and then still go into Sprite plays, right? So Tour Guide Sengen for a hand trap is a very interesting notion that I wouldn't be opposed to exploring, but I guess the kind of issue there is that it uses your normal summon and it doesn't put a level 2 on board for you to extend Sprite monsters into. Depending on where they hand trap you, of course. Like if they stop your Tour Guide, it can be a little bit awkward potentially. But that's one of the things I love about Sprite so much is that... Oh, this banishes stuff, that's right. Yeah, D-level Min said it too, yeah. I totally forgot this banishes stuff. That's fine, that's not that big of a deal. We can still special summon J here. But... yeah, that's one of the cool things about Sprite is that there are so... Oh, they're going to bounce Swap Frog too, interesting. There's so many ways that you can play it, and there aren't... There's not a lot that I would say is 100% like always optimal. I'm just gonna concede here. Like, there's always things you can try in Sprite, and you can even play Try Sprite. And Pure Sprite might still be better, but it wouldn't be by a lot. The best Sprite variant is not that much better than the other Sprite variants, is what I'm getting at here. Unlike, say, Blue Eyes, where, like, Primite Blue Eyes is just always going to be the best way to play the deck, right? With Sprite, while I think Fiendsmith Sprite is the best way to play the deck, it's not by enough that I'm like, yeah, you just always obviously play this one variant. Oh, that new twin support. It's so over. I agree once that hits. His hand is pretty good. I'll even throw red out here. Okay. I was gonna say, I'll even throw out red before I keep popping off. I don't think they're gonna hit blue jet and starter again. They don't need it. Oh, the VS support is cracked. It's broken. It's so good. I can't wait for it either. Orcus support, also going to be very, very cool. I'm very excited for that one as well. I finally crafted my set of gear shoes as soon as I saw Galatea Eye. I was like, oh yeah, this deck's gonna rip. It's gonna be so cool. I only have to take one of these per turn, right? Yeah, okay. No Vele's support is pretty good too. They did so well with Duelist Alliance and the deck build pack that came out with Yummy, K9, and I just gotta say, you know, 2025 card design team has been pretty good. Like, the VS support, yeah, that ended up being what does it do? Banish and special summon one of the banished monsters to your opponent's field. Should I impulse this or should I wait for... I think I should... I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I'll wait. I think there are better things to impulse. Okay, now what does this do when it's on my field? This turn, Mimigal monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. That's fine. I don't really care about that. I still think they could do something scary. Oh, there's somebody at their field, I see. Maybe I should have stopped that, actually. I forgot. I keep forgetting they can do that. They can summon themselves to their field if I have a face-down monster. Yeah, no, I think that, you know, the VS support was a little overtuned, but I think for the most part, they've been killing it with all... Wow, Royal Altar, that's very nice looking. They've been killing it with how strong, but not overtly broken a lot of new cards are. Again, VS was a little more on the overtly broken side, but... all this follow-up support that's come out this year for archetypes has been really good, and the new archetypes too. They've been doing a good job, I think. I think I'm gonna go for Carrot here. There we go. They deserve it, VS are my babies. It is kind of wild how, like, how much having a good Earth VS monster mattered. There's the field spell, yeah, and there's the new, like, that's obviously very good as well. But, like, and obviously Holy Sue's effects are just really, really broken. But it's wild how much having an even halfway decent Earth monster mattered. That was like all they needed. That was all VS was missing. K9 matters a lot too. That is very true. That is very true. K9 does matter quite a bit as well. Hell yeah, D level 8. I always want to say DL level for some reason, but it's D level. D level 18. The Earth Dragon for VS. Yeah. I mean, Caesar Valius is, of course, very good. But they need another one, right? Because Caesar Valius, of course, also wants to reveal Earth monsters. I should have said one more. It's crazy how good one more good Earth monster mattered for VS. Let's see what they add here. Oh, it's Unicorn. Interesting. Oh, it's voiceless. Interesting. Okay. The voiceless voice is here. Pantera's not bad. Pantera's not a bad card. It's just like, it was just alright. They needed another good Earth monster, and Pantera is just alright. But there are a fair number of situations where it does come up. Ooh, Impulse. Not quite when I needed you, unfortunately. But, oh, they have a normal summon low. Ugh. I was really hoping to stop a potential low special summon, but, oh, God. Brutal. This is very brutal. Ugh. This is not a good situation for us to be in. I really needed this Dominus Impulse to have just opened it instead of the second Maxi. Oh, right on time. Another Dominus Impulse. Voiceless is it really, at the end of the day, Voiceless is the control deck. A lot of people think about decks that set a million back rows, like Labyrinth, when they think of a control deck. But Voiceless is a similar type of control deck to Branded, where you outgrind your opponent with just the sheer amount of resources you have access to, assuming you're able to, you know, use and recycle them efficiently. What happened to Rescue Ace? Rescue Ace is still a fine deck. Rescue Ace is the poster child for decks that are good. It's just that nobody plays them. Because that is a phenomenon that happens both in Paper Play and in Master Duel, where you'll have decks that are good in a format, but there's not any particular reason that they're not being played, except for the fact that nobody's just on them. This happens all the time in Paper, actually. Look at legacy formats, right? Look at, like, Edison and Meadowlands, which, you know, back in the day, people thought were... I mean, Edison, we knew back in the day, wasn't solved. We knew... When Edison format was happening, we knew how good we had it. But there are a lot of retro formats where, you know, a sleeper deck ends up coming up that didn't see any play in the meta and actually ends up being one of the best things in the room. Shoot, I totally forgot about the Fenrir effect. We just lose to this. Rip me. Okay. But yeah. So, I mean, in Rescue Ace, you know, it's not even like the deck is outdated, because you can very easily play Azamina in Rescue Ace, as well as Fiendsmith. Of course, you can play Fiendsmith in just about anything, but in particular, Azamina is pretty good in Rescue Ace, because you already want to play Diabellstar for access to OSS for the Hydrant. So it's not even like Rescue Ace can't keep up. It can add these, you know, engines and negates their end board. It's just that nobody's playing it. Speaking of lesbians referring to EXO, yes, happy Pride Month, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good Pride Month. Even if you are not LGBTQ+, I still hope your June is going well. chain starter? Does it really matter? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'll just chain it here. Let's get red. Oh, is it Mental Health Awareness Month too? Hell yeah. Very important. Very important thing to be aware of is mental health. I don't really get punished by summoning Jet here. Might as well. I'll get Gamma Burst. Yeah, I'll get Gamma Burst. That's fine. I kind of want to get Starter. Nah, just Gamma Burst. Part of me wants to get Starter to carry on their turn, but like, I think we're going to make IP and SP here, so... means we don't have access to Carrot, which I think is going to be fine. I can't play Yu-Gi-Oh! And be mentally healthy at the same time. That's good. That's good. That makes me think of the, like... Yu-Gi-Oh! So is one of these games where it's like, you know, it's that meme of, like, thinking about playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, thinking about playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's like, the little girl imagining with a smile on her face, and then actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like her crying with a pen in her hand. Good. I love that meme format. And is very, very accurate for Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, I could summon Carrot off of this Gigantic, but I'm thinking about summoning Swap Frog instead. Let me think for a second here. So if I go for Carrot, then I could go Boom Boom Elf, Elf Revive, IP. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for the swap here. It's more bodies, it's deck spinning. I think it's fine. Excuse me. Gimme. And then we'll get the rest of our frogs in the graveyard. Are you gay for Pride Month? Yeah, that's good. Took a break for dinner. How's the grind going? It's going pretty well. We are at D level 18 right now. I hope that your dinner is going well. That it went well. But there were no disasters when cooking / ordering it. IP. I could, not if I want to make, oh, I should have put this Gigantic in a different zone. I could have kept this Gigantic up. But I want to put SP in this zone. I should have put IP over here, too. Non-optimal board alert. Non-optimal board alert. Wee, wee. No, it's fine. Okay. Did they hand trap me? Oh yeah, they had an Ash Blossom earlier. I don't even remember that. I miss Vysis lore. I kind of do too, actually. Actually, take the kinda out of it. I do miss Vysis lore. I thought it was good. No, thanks, Maurice. Have you tried Mimigul? I have not tried Mimigul. I don't really have any plans on it, but it looks like a fun deck. Stir-fried tofu? Hell yeah. I love stir-fry. Stir-fry is like my go-to. You just take walk, add meat, add veg, make rice. You good. Salamandrate Foxy. I am not going to negate this because they could whiff. This card negates itself sometimes. Okay, I'm very glad I didn't Ash Blossom. I am definitely just gonna Ash this. Alright, let's see if they excavate. Unicorn, Sanctuary, Nib. See? This card negate. I mean, they found Sanctuary, sure, but they can search that off of Banelinks anyway. It's like I said, this card negates itself half the time, so don't ever negate it. That sounds about right. Bullying salad. They did it to themselves. I don't know what to tell you. Your Foxy didn't find anything. This person has a lot of good titles. Oh, Vise's alt arts sound great. I would love those. It's an interesting hand. Okay. Now we're opening. And opening F. Yeah, sometimes when I'm playing a deck I really like, I do have that thought in 64 Central where I'm like, ah, yeah, getting this deck up on the untapped leaderboard. Get it some more representation. Yeah, you know, in the grand scheme of things, this build really does not feel that much worse than the Fiendsmith build at all. As I've said a couple of times, I do think the Fiendsmith build is a little bit better, but this build is really not much worse at all. It's barely noticeable, honestly. We're almost at 19, holy. I think, is it this game that's a level up game to 19? It might be. It is, wow, look at that. The constant rage quit is... There are a lot of people who concede as soon as they see Sprite cards. It's very gratifying, because there would be a lot of times where... You know, I'm sure you've all noticed this. When you play lower power level decks, you know, people tend to sit through your combos a little bit more often. I can't help but notice that people are a lot less willing to sit through Sprite combos now that it's at full power. That makes me feel kind of good. It makes me feel like people are like acknowledging the power level of Sprite. And I'm just like, yes, it is a good deck. You're right. Let's see. During your main phase, this card is normal or special. You can banish. Okay, they're going to do Fiendsmith stuff. Am I going to Ash this Requiem? I don't think I am, actually. I think I'm just going to nib their Fiendsmith stuff. Why did you change your PFP on YouTube? I don't know, because I kind of want to go for a different aesthetic. I know I'm using my old model right now again. I just want to be a bit more flexible with my aesthetic. I don't have concrete plans for a new model at this time, but it is something that's on my mind. A lot of why I haven't committed to that yet, more than anything else, is it's just that I don't really know what kind of aesthetic I want to go for. I want to lean into the space thing, but like, I don't know, you know? I'm just kind of still trying to make up my mind. Okay, am I going to nib right here? I think I actually might, because I don't want them to make Desiree and then be able to send my nib away. I also kind of don't want them to be able to go into Fiendsmith's Lacrima and have a bigger monster. Blah. Yeah, I'm gonna nib now. I don't think I get really punished for doing it this way. Because they don't have... Tracked, right? Yeah, they don't have tracked in the yard. No, I mean, I'm not going to recreate the Hexamaniac model one-to-one. It'll definitely be it'll be a different thing. Hexamaniac was my first PFP though, as some folks may remember. Just straight up Gen 6 Hexamaniac. I think the new PFP matches are named better. Thanks, Kenny. You like seeing the PNG tube? I might bring back whenever I do a new model, I might bring it into YouTube videos again. I'm still a little on the fence about that. I don't know. The main reason I stopped doing the model in YouTube videos was just because I kind of felt like it was cluttering this. Not cluttering, that's not the right word. What is the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I didn't feel like it was adding enough. If that makes any sense. I haven't played Nature Horse in so long. I don't know. It's less about if the kit itself is expensive and more of like, I just want it to look good, so I'd probably commission somebody else to do it. Like pixel art, I'm not gonna call myself a pixel artist at all because I really don't draw as often nearly as I should, but I'm reasonably confident enough in my own pixel art ability to be fine with using a pixel art PNG tuber that I've made, but if I'm going to use a 3D model, I would like it to be more high quality, yeah. So I'd probably want to commission it from somebody who really knows what they're doing. Have you used an animated server icon? That's like, I know, I need to do that. There's like, that's actually the perfect example of something where like, I've needed to do that for so long, but it's on such a weird place on my to-do list. Like, it's one of those things where I know I need to do it, and I've needed to do it for a while, but it never feels high priority enough to actually go do. If that makes any sense. I'm not gonna carry this. Because I don't need these bodies to win, and this feels like bait. This feels like bait. I feel like this is really what they want to resolve. A lot of VTubers make their own with VRoid. It's not going to be like 10K quality, but it's a good foot in the door. I wasn't aware of that, actually. Yeah, I'm not like trying to get a top-of-the-line model right off the bat. So that might actually be something worth looking into. VGen has a lot of stuff as a resource. That's worth noting. For sure. Should have started first. Misplay on my part. I should have started for red first. I don't actually think I need Gamma Burst here, though. No, actually, wait, I don't. No, I don't need Gamma Burst here. Because I still haven't Gigantic yet. I'm gonna put Gigantic in Gigantic. I'm gonna put Gigantic in the EMZ. Yeah, that's looking better. I'll still summon Swap Frog though. Okay, so even if I have to, yeah, even if I have to use red or carrot to send to something, I still have lethal on board this way. Okay, I was gonna ask as a follow-up question if it is an AI thing. That will require more research as I look into that. Sprite is absolutely meta again. I would say Sprite is at least a tier 3, if not a tier 2 deck right now. I'm really not trying to use AI tools, to be completely honest. For the most part, I'm willing to do research into it, and I'm willing to keep an open mind when it comes to that kind of a thing, but at the same time, my initial inclination is that if it's an AI that's making the model, I would rather support and commission an artist personally. I don't fault anybody who does use that kind of a tool for that kind of stuff. I just think you have to be really careful with AI. Like, it's a very slippery slope. And I like supporting artists. I'm gonna try to support an artist before I use AI personally. I don't disparage people for using it. I'm not trying to like make that kind of a statement at all. I can only speak for myself personally, you know? Kizuna AI is just her name. Okay, okay. This existed long before AI. No, Kenny. I mostly just don't want to start like a huge debate, like, because again, at the end of the day, it's all personal. You know, what you would rather, how you want to use it, how you think it should be used, comes down to the individual at the end of the day. For me personally, I don't know why I switched to auto there. For me personally, if I'm in a situation where I either make something with AI or support an artist, again, I personally am going to pick support the artist. Even if it means like, because believe me, I have run into situations where I'm like, wow, this asset would be really nice. I can't afford something like that. Could make it with AI, but I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna forego on it for the time being. I'm just not. If I can't afford it right now, then I'm just gonna wait, you know, until I can afford to support an artist. That's how, again, I personally feel about it. If other people have other values, you know, that's not something that I can't, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna try to judge you based on like one value. I'm not out here looking for blood or anything. I know a lot of people are kind of like about AI, and I get that. I understand it. But I'm not trying to be that way to people. Grok, is this true? That was okay. That was funny. That was good. Yeah, Brilliant Fusion. We also saw a Twin Twister in their deck. This is a very interesting Adamantipator build. Ski, I have so much respect for you. If you're working AI regulations out there, that is a very, very important job to be doing right now. I have immense respect for the work you do. Yeah, I kind of think they didn't hit anything because they're playing a bunch of stuff like Twin Twister and Brilliant Fusion in their deck. Might be why they didn't hit anything off that Adamantipator stuff. Oh, we're this person's final boss. Did you do Super Heavy Samurai Adamantipator? I did, yes. Kind of. I did a video where I compared it to a 40 card build. But I did play a couple of games with it, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's really the end of the day. Yeah, generative AI can do some pretty criminal stuff. On top of just not being great for the environment. That's the other kind of thing too. Whenever I think about using AI, I know this is not the literal translation of how this works. I just want to throw this out there first. But whenever I think about using AI, I imagine that as soon as I click the button, a small like tree sapling just immediately withers and dies. that definitely turns me off from using it. Again, I know that's not literally how it works. That is a very cartoonish demonstration of how it actually plays out, but I mean it's worth thinking about, you know, that like this cute image of, I don't know, like an otter or something. Is it worth killing some real otters to make it? I don't know, you know? It's food for thought, if nothing else, you know? And again, I'm not gonna... That's not me trying to disparage anybody who does use generative content. But I think it's very important to pick your battles, right? I mean, in life, as with anything, it's important to pick... But I guess that's what I'm getting at. It's like, how badly do I need this thing? Does it compromise the things that I value? The things that I personally think are important? And sometimes the answer is yes, and it's still worth doing the thing anyway, you know, if it's an important thing. I just personally have not encountered a task so important that I am willing to compromise my personal beliefs about, you know, AI and all that stuff. That's where it comes down to. Now commission nuclear power plants to make the servers. I mean, people say nuclear energy is safe. I don't know if they mean, like, environmental-wise or, like, in general. I don't know. I don't know enough about that stuff to have an educated opinion on it. I could summon red here. Well, but then I'd have to link it off anyway. Well, I already activated blue and jet, right? So I could get another swap frog, but that's kind of pointless because I already have swap in here. Yeah, I'll just get red here. People have made packages filled with malware that AI will use without thinking about it. That is actually pretty scary. You know what? I actually had this conversation with a friend once, and I can perfectly describe how I feel about AI. It's pretty similar to actually Adam Savage from Mythbusters, right? He's got his YouTube channel Tested, which I watch all the time. I love that channel. And there was one time on Tested where he was talking about myths that they wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. And one of them was, can you use a potato as a silencer for a gun? And Adam Savage went into this whole spiel about how guns are fascinating mechanically. From an engineering perspective, you know, they are fascinating pieces of technology. They're also detrimental to the existence of humanity. And at the end of the day, while from an engineering perspective, you know, can a potato be an effective silencer? That is a great, you know, question to think about. Humanity does not benefit from the answer to that, though. And I feel kind of similarly to AI in a lot of ways, where I think that AI, like, it's fascinating. It is a fascinating piece of technology. It is also detrimental to humanity in many ways that we need to be very cognizant of, you know? Slop squatting. That's good. Less emissions, but nuclear waste. Yeah, that's always kind of the trade-off with nuclear power plants, right? Imperm on elf in draw phase. That's fine. I hadn't even considered that, though, because I had heard about, you know, using AI for programming, and I had the thought before of, like, that's actually something where I could maybe see it being a pretty decent use case, but if AI programs are just filled with malware, then yeah, that is a huge, that is a massive issue. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's always just going to be used for, like, that kind of a thing. Putting people out of jobs, as you mentioned. Like, it's unfortunate, but true. Yeah, I agree. Useful if moderated. Moderated being the key word. I 100% agree with that. The problem is, like, you know, late stage capitalism is this machine where it can't not go all in. That is the only option when technology like this is presents itself, unfortunately, just due to the nature of the way the world is, and it sucks. It's far from ideal. I'm trying to think if I want to use this SP right now or if I want to wait. What do I have face down? I have Imperm, as well as Gamma Burst. Yeah, I'll do this now. This is negated. I've already used this. Yeah, I'll just send off Carrot. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of concerns in terms of the job market. It's funny because, there is that too, but a lot of my concerns with AI do tend to go... Wow, it's Crystron, and they had a... Crystron monster is their last card. What does this do? Banish this card from your graveyard, add a Crystron monster from your deck to your hand. Wow, that's really good. And they can link this into Clockwork Knight! That's scary. Oh, they're just gonna battle here? That's so fine. That's so fine! That's so fine! Hang on. Cleared battle, battle step, damage step. Yeah, I totally see a future where, like, oh, if I want to watch a movie about this, this, and this, you just plug it all into the AI model, and it'll make that movie for me, Or maybe even further in the future, if I want to play a video game that has this, this, and this, just plug it into a model and have the AI make the game for you. It's already getting there with images, right? I talked about it before. As a content creator, I'm like, oh, I need a specific image for like a thumbnail or something. I could generate it, It's like, at what point do we do that with like books, movies, games, TV shows? That's what scares me. The whole, like, it's this whole idea of like a dead internet theory. Or like you got shit like, Mark Zuckerberg saying like the cure to loneliness is to have people talk to AIs, and I'm like, no, that's some Wall-E shit. Let's not do that. How about no? How about no thank you? Yeah, cybercrime using AI. I've heard about that. I've heard a little bit about that. I don't know a lot about it, but I have heard about that. I instantly become a Wall-E person. That's really funny. Something really funny about that honesty. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I've had that thought too. Like, oh my god, if ChatGPT came out like when I was in high school, I would be using it constantly. Like, which is another problem, people substituting, AI for an education. But like, I don't even just mean for like school stuff. I mean like in general. Like if I was even 10 years younger, I'm like 32 for reference. If I was even 10 years younger than I am now, knowing how I was back then, oh yeah, I would be constantly talking to ChatGPT. Yeah, it's interesting to think about. And I don't even think it's necessarily like, with age thing. I just think that, well, I guess kind of, because like what I was gonna get at is that, oh, it's how much would I, care to research slash pay attention to all the consequences of it, right? Or how much would I get caught up in the hype? I guess I only say it's an age thing for me personally, because I just know when I was 22, I was much, much, much more the kind of person to be caught up in the hype. And I would not have thought about the consequences as much as I do, like, nowadays. Targeting phishing attacks, publicly available LLMs have the same success rate as phishing emails written by humans, but produce them a lot faster. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's like... Obviously, that's been, like, a huge problem ever since the internet's become a thing is that it's made it so much easier to scam people. Like, I see YouTube videos about like crypto dumps and other scams, and God, if you have like no morality, it's so easy to make money off of people nowadays with all that kind of stuff and the advent of the internet in general. Like, and now with AI making it even easier, like, if you just have no ethical bones in your body at all, it is unbelievably easy to make money by taking advantage off of people. It's actually just insane. It's scary is what it is. I'll never sell you guys a crypto coin, by the way. I hope you didn't need me to tell you that to know that about me, but I will never, if you ever see me shilling a crypto or an NFT, just unsubscribe immediately. Just abandon me. Abandon my platform. Sprite. Are NFTs even still a thing? I feel like that was a very 2021 thing. Oh shit, they can do it again, you're right, because they have LZ as Amina. Oh well. I should have paid attention. Yeah, I haven't seen NFTs in a matter of years either. I still remember getting my first email on my Hexlex email of somebody asking me to shill their NFT website and thinking, oh, my first scam email! I've made it! Yay, I got my first scam! I'm in the, I've made it! I'm somebody! And then I accepted right away, and by the way, you guys should buy... No. Yeah, the Raid Shadow Legends offer. I'd take it. If it was legit. If Raid Shadow Legends offered me, made me a legit offer, I'd take it, just for the meme of it. I kind of have this personal, you know, ethos that I wouldn't try to shill you guys on something that I wouldn't be excited about using. That's why Untapped is like the only sponsorship. Shit, I should have summoned Nimble Beaver. Oh well. That's why Untapped is the only thing I've really done as far as like sponsorships, and they didn't come to me, I went to them. So but yeah, Raid pays good. Not only does Raid pay well, but also it's just the meme of it, right? Yeah, so that's the other thing about Untapped. Like, even before using it for Master Duel, you know, I had used Untapped for years for Hearthstone. So not only was it a service that I thought was useful, but it's one that I had used in the past. I would, because I have had legit sponsorship offers for like, just like the most random things, honestly. But like, I mean, yeah, it's like I said, I don't want to shill something to y'all that I'm not like eager and excited to use myself. I don't think Konami considers Untapped cheating software. I saw that update a little while ago. I think that's really more referring to the forced disconnect. Here's my whole thing with like Untapped versus Konami. I think if Konami wanted to come for Untapped, they would have done it during last year's Worlds, when there was that whole debacle of Untapped being used to gather deck lists, right? And I do think that was an overstep for Untapped to be able to provide that kind of information, which they then corrected. They removed the features which allowed people to view deck lists in replays, which is how people got World deck lists. So There was kind of a minute during that whole debacle where I was a little more quiet about Untapped. I wanted to see how they would respond before I, started promoting them again. And I think they did well. I think they stepped up appropriately. So I'm fine to continue, promoting them in that regard. I watch, especially at work in my downtime, I watch a lot of documentaries and just YouTube videos about YouTubers. And again, a lot of them end with, and then the YouTuber did a crypto rug pull. And again, I think about, I just have that thought whenever I watch one of those videos of like, I don't want to be that person. It's so easy to not be that person. I'm really personally glad that I'm not that person, that I'm not fucking you all over. I would be interested to know how Konami feels about Untapped, because like Blizzard had a good relationship with Untapped when it came to Hearthstone stuff, from what I remember. I haven't played Hearthstone in years, so I don't know if that's still the case. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but Blizzard and Untapped had a very good relationship when I would use Untapped for Hearthstone. Oh, fuck, I forgot about this thing. Yeah, I just have to read that, don't I? Because this negates... Well, it negates the effect, but it doesn't destroy. But I do still need to negate this. I've kind of been on autopilot during this duel because I've been talking. But I think I've been making fine enough plays. The government department I work for is responsible for blocking that Diablo mobile game in the Netherlands. I watched a Moist Critical video about that mobile game. That the practices they use to get you to spend money in that Diablo mobile game are fascinating. They like breadcrumb you. They like offer you like power-up packages that start really, really cheap and then just ramp up in terms of how expensive they get. And it gets to a point where like, if you're not buying these power-up packs when the game is offering them to you, you're just falling behind and you can't catch up as far as like gameplay goes. Because of course you'll be behind the other people who are spending money. It's kind of one of those things where whaling just like really affects the gameplay, which is unfortunate. Power creep, yes, but not even like... It's very quick, from what I understood from the video. It's very quick power creep. It ramps up extremely quickly. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason not to go into Elf here. Kind of debating if, like... Well, I should have used Red, though, because where to use Red's effect? I don't think it really matters. I don't have lethal here, which is annoying, but... I'll just battle. Oh, this, shoot, this does something, right? Oh, it summons banished stuff? Okay. Yeah, I thought it had a battle effect too, but I guess not. It might be the other one. The other fusion. Wait, is this lethal? 32 plus 14 is 46. 46 plus 28. No, that's 70. I'm 600 points off. That's annoying. Infinite gem hacks? I don't know. Yeah, I never looked into that stuff because I got into content creation on MD very early and I just wanted to be very above the board. I probably wouldn't abuse anything like that even if I wasn't making content. I mean, maybe I wouldn't. Oh, I was supposed to make it. Why am I going turned to IP! Because I was talking, not thinking. Yeah, that's a path to a permanent ban. That's true. Yeah, it's like... You probably even get IP banned at that point, which would be not worth. I'll get back Sprint, why not? my credit card balance isn't real. It can't hurt me. It's just an imaginary number. Normal summon Lacrima. Okay. Careful, you're getting into some sovereign citizen shit with that kind of mentality. Oh, shit's so funny. I'll stop the Engraver summon, yeah. Yeah, I should have sent something. Well, I wanted to negate and destroy the Nightmare Apprentice. That's why I sent the Gigantic. And the problem is that they did Nightmare Apprentice as their first action. Otherwise, I could have Elf revived and then Red sack whatever I revived to negate and destroy, potentially. I mean, well, no, I would have had to have still sent, like, the Sprint I revived. I guess maybe I didn't need to destroy the Nightmare Apprentice as well as negate it. Maybe I could have just negated it. That's a good question. That's a good point, actually. I don't know if I... Maybe I should have destroyed the Nightmare Apprentice. Okay, so they're going for another fusion from Murashilago. Okay. They've used their normal summon. They just normal summon LZ? No, they special LZ as Amina with her effect. Okay. So even if they add her, that's fine. Like, what are they going to add off of this that's actually going to threaten me? Their Ilya Sylvia is still banished off the call by, so I don't care about that. They could wanted Rudia Bellstar, yeah. Looks like that is what they're gonna do. But they don't have another thing to fusion summon is the thing. So yeah, they can't make full use out of... Like, they can't Howled as Amina bounce back to Chainlink 1, Howled as Amina, Chainlink 2 wanted. So yeah, it's not like full value. I don't think it's a draw. That's the other good thing for them here. Oh, I should have activated Maxi before I impulsed. That was a misplay on my part. That was a huge misplay on my part. Wow, I didn't even think about that. I was too busy yapping. Okay, looks like they're maybe setting up a Guardian Chimera going into my turn. Yes, we're at D level 19. That is correct. Thanks, Maurice. I might call it kind of soon here, because I've been going over 5 hours. Wow. Time really flew today. I did not feel like I've been going on that long. But I've been having a ton of fun hanging out with y'all. Okay, so this I am going to activate in the damage step. Because it'll put my red at 2100 attack. Will I get a search something now? A simple spoil spell. Okay. Were they going to add one to they already activated this turn? Okay, Deception, they already activated this turn. Oh, they haven't used this yet, never mind. Alright. It's not a... I guess it doesn't really matter if I top deck that or not. Well, I still have Carrot in my deck, so I can start it for Carrot. I have a lot of options here. Let's start with Jet. I want to get Carrot. I want to be able to take care of these back rows. We know one of them is the Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. They can't go into Guardian Chimera, so I'm not super concerned about that. Yep, Sprint is a one-of. That is correct. Target one of your banished monsters, summon it. That is not gonna happen. Maxi. Okay, that's fine. It's annoying, but... Now we have Carrot up. I should roll summon to Maxi. Oh well. This is the 40 card deck, yes. Interesting. Do they still want to fuse? I don't know if I can activate that during the battle phase or not, so I'll just do this now. Oh, that's right! They can send to summon it if I kill it in battle! I forgot! Oh, no! Oh, that's sad. Damn. I forgot about that. I totally forgot that works in battle. I thought it was only card effect. It just says if it's sent from the field to the graveyard. Oh! Brutal. That is devastating. Oh, well, there was no reason to do that. They're under Maxi. Okay, perfect. Fine. That is... Yeah, do that. Please. I did not even want to click that. That is so fine. Yeah, I already used Impulse, though, so I can't even activate Maxi, unfortunately. We could make SP and banish the face down here. And have a little more disruption going into... Nah, I'm just gonna pass. They can reset, that's fine. Yep. Yeah, we did Impulse earlier. I should have played Maxi. But yeah, it's still hard to do that, though. Like, I would have had to have preemptively Maxi'd. Maybe that is just right when you have the Impulse in hand. They can do Fiendsmith stuff. That's rough. They're adding back Hallowed as Amina. They have Deception. They can go for Murashila. Oh, no, they can't go for Murashilga. This is fine. This is fine. Oh, wait a second. No, because this is Chimera. They play the other one. What is that card called? I don't remember what it is. I'm negating this. Oh, but they can just get this back. No, they can't. They don't. No, wait. This puts back a Simple Spoils card? No, an Azamina card. Okay, they don't have another Azamina card. I could have gone for a Shadow Mosquito OTK, yeah. That probably would have been the right thing to do. Dang, this game was winnable. But I was too busy talking, was too busy yapping. I guess to be fair, we also are 5.5 hours straight of playing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it after this game. I'll let them play it out first, so we can hang out a little bit more, though. Yeah, so funny thing is, I did actually briefly think about Shadow Mosquito. I should have followed that train of thought a little bit further. I think that was the correct line. Potentially, yeah. So they had Ash Blossom, so even if I had Gigantic first, they would have Ash Blossomed. Yeah. I decided to take it, you know? So I was under Maxi, I didn't want to take any unnecessary actions, but if I resolved Gigantic, they wouldn't be able to nib me. There isn't really a lot else that would have realistically stopped me at that point. I should have just gone for it. I was just too trigger happy there. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. That's definitely something, you know, that's something that I've always kind of maintained in, like, content creation, is not shying away from the fact that, like, you know, we make misplays. There's a lot of times where, this is just my personal experience, there's a lot of times where it felt like making any misplay made me feel like I was just an awful player, right? Because you see all these YouTube videos of, like, there was a lot of the time, this is a little less the case nowadays, I've noticed, but there was a long time where, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube was pretty much just, like, flawless gameplay across the board. And it kind of made you feel like, you know, you were a bad player if you ever misplayed, because you'd watch all these other players who weren't ever misplaying, but it happens to everybody, you know? I think back to... I always think back to Josh Schmidt accidentally ashing his own card at Worlds! At Worlds! You know? It happens. It happens at every stage of the game, no matter how good you are. It's always something to keep in mind. But scared of using nibs sometimes, waiting for the right moment, and they summon Appaloosa. Yeah, definitely, you know? But paying attention to that kind of thing is definitely how you learn and grow, right? To be like, oh, you know, around this point they summoned Appaloosa, so maybe next time I will trust my instinct to nib a little bit earlier. That's always my big thing is, I'll show off the deck list here a little bit as I'm talking here at the end. But that's always my big thing personally, is like second-guessing myself and overthinking things. I have so many situations where I have like a gut instinct of how I should play something out, but then I think about all these corner cases and I overthink, and then I make a weird play, and then my opponent just does the obvious thing I was going to play around initially, and it's like, yeah, it's easy for that to happen, but maintaining that balance. Shame scooped after ashing themselves. That's the other thing, too, is, not even necessarily just shame scooping, but, you know, tell me if you've been here before, because I know I have quite a bit, playing both on ranked ladder and in tournaments. You're playing out a turn, you make a misplay. It's not a game-ending misplay, but it's gonna cost you a fair bit. You get really defeated about it in your head, and you're like, ah, well, You know, I made this one misplay, whatever. How I play out the rest of this game doesn't matter. I've thought that in tournaments before, and you can't let yourself fall into that kind of mentality. If you're really trying to like play to the best of your ability and play optimally in a competitive format like a tournament, you got to stay on top of your game. You know, the question at the forefront of your mind should always be, what is the best play given the current situation I'm in? And sometimes the current situation you're in is a shitty one and it's your fault, right? Because you misplayed. And that feels really bad. But rather than falling down the slope of continuing to play poorly, I think it's really important to lock in and be like, again, the only thing to ask yourself is, what is the best play in this situation I'm in? You know, don't think about how you got there. Don't think about screwing up and how you could have had a better board. You know, you just gotta lock in. That's the best way I can think to describe it. But, yeah. Anyway. Let's see. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it here. 5.5 hours. I usually don't go quite this long. I've been aiming for 4 hours, but like I said, we just had a ton of fun today. I did anyway, and I think a lot of you all did too, just based on how active chat has been, how much y'all have been participating and stuff. I super appreciate having you all around. I really, really do. It means a lot. Thanks, Maurice. Thanks, Monster Fiend, for the follow. Quite a few follows here that I missed, actually. ZekRS13. I saw D-Level Min. Still love your username. It's great. Cold Dragon. Mac Pappy. Unpesitino. Ojani. Berserk Horror Yuya. 1412. Square Bear. Square Bear. I like Square Bear a lot. 559. B-Nut, as well as Acery, Holy T, Emmy Phoenix, Triple X, Fireball XD, all followed on Twitch during the stream. Thank you all so very much. I saw we had at least one new YouTube sub, Tempest Fox. I think we had some others as well. Let me see if I can pull that if I have that handy. Hang on a second. I think I do. I think I know where I can find that. Here we go. Analytics. Oh no, that's on Twitch. Hang on. Here we go. Recent events. It was Tempest Fox and Froquit. Froquit was the other person. Thank you both for subbing on YouTube during the stream as well. All right. That is gonna do it. Like I said. Gonna pass out now, pretend it's not 3 a.m. Thanks as always for joining us, Ski, Blizzard, Jarius, again, Maurice, everybody else in chat. Let's find somebody to raid. Who is online right now? Who can we send you all to? Here we go, raid channel. Meeps is still on, hell yeah. Meeps is on playing 55 card Fiendsmith Sprite. That's awesome. Let's go raid Meeps. And I want to start a raid message because I haven't done that before. Our raid message should be get hexed. HEXXED. That's going to be our new raid message from now on. So when we go into Meeps' chat, everybody just spam get hexed. I don't know. It's a fun little thing I think we could all start doing. But, all right. We're going to raid now. Thanks again. Super appreciate ya. And I will see you all tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do D-level max and finish off this climb. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.